few years and what this edition is also about. I will keep it short. I just want to thank a couple people. I have to start with Radka. Thank you for the kind introduction today. Thank you for your leadership over the past decade, really. And also thank you for your willingness to stick around as I step into your shoes in the association. And speaking of the association of the Czech translation agencies, I would like to thank our fellow members, many of whom are here today, who have volunteered their time and energy to make this conference happen, whether it was the countless Teams calls we've had over the past few months or their work behind the scenes of the conference. I think they have done an amazing job in preparing an event that will be both engaging and enjoyable. Some of you attended the brewery tour yesterday, and many of you, I hope, will attend the dinner tonight, which I really look forward to. As many of you know, because many of you have personal experience in this area, putting together a conference is not an easy task. So I'm really excited that we, as Radka already mentioned, have a great lineup for you. We are kicking off today, right after our introduction, with Tomáš Svoboda, director of the Institute of Translation Studies, which I graduated from myself. And he will be talking about the potential of AI in translation, one of the hottest topics in localization today. We will also be hearing other sessions on AI-driven localization, vendor management, and other key topics. And tomorrow in the afternoon, we'll have a hands-on practical workshop on AI prompt design. So check that out. That'll be really interesting. We will also get insights from the buyer's side, which is always interesting and eye-opening. We'll have a session hosted by Tommaso Rossi from Spotify today, among others. And this afternoon, as was already mentioned, we have a panel discussion with the content committee members who have specifically asked for bold and spicy questions. So don't hold back. I think they really mean it. So it will be interesting. And as always, there'll also be plenty of time to network during the coffee breaks, lunches, the dinner tonight. So make the most of the conference, enjoy it, enjoy Prague, and I'll see you around. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Matus and Radka. Before I introduce our keynote, I just want to shout out, it was a mention about the beer last night. Some of you were there. I'd like to give a big shout out to our two sponsors. Is David here, or has he got a sore head? From Hornet Design. Please give Hornet Design and Gala a big round of applause. It was a fantastic icebreaker. And I know Martina is not here, but she had a big hand in organizing it. She did a brilliant, brilliant job, but she had to go back to the day job, otherwise she would have no job. So can I invite our keynote speaker to come to the podium. Many of his students are still in the audience, ex-students, so behave yourselves.
Good morning, everyone. It's a genuine pleasure to be here, sharing the time with you, sharing my thoughts with you. It's a very special occasion for me being able to address this audience of vendors, of translation services providers. I do represent Charles University, the Institute of Translation Studies on the one hand, and as you know, institute like ours trains future translators. So I think we're on the same side, we're in the same boat. I think many of you, of your companies, do actually employ graduates from similar institutes all around the countries that you come from. So I'd like to share some thoughts on AI, generative AI specifically, and I'd also like to give you a few use cases or show a few functions that there are today, and perhaps also have a look into where we're headed. If you allow me, I'll sit down. I'll use my laptop here. And one more thought before I start. Could I please have a glass of water? One thought. I know this place because my daughter, when she was at the sweet age of 17, she used to have her dancing lessons here. Anybody in the audience who has ever taken dance lessons? Brilliant. So I think you can feel what it's like engaging in a dance, showing up in the area, not knowing what to expect. I think we're in a similar position when facing AI. Is it something like when you have to go there and ask someone for a dance? It's a bit of a stressful situation. Do you remember? So I'd like to show you a few cases where to lower down. Thank you so much, Miklas. To dispel the myth around it, and also show instances where it works well, where it falls short of expectations. So my presentation is organized around these topics. First of all, some introduction to explain what I mean when I say AI, when I refer to generative AI, for example. Then we'll have a look at the translation functionalities. Then beyond translation, all those functions that are out there except for translating, and also a CAT tool integration. I have a few examples, including a live demo. And yes, and we'll conclude with an outlook. So first of all, I'll try now in those 30 minutes that I have to summarize something that I offer either to students as part of a semester-long course, or to professional translators here in the Czech Republic as part of a 6-hour training. So it will be pretty concise, not going much into detail. What I am asked often is, so what's the difference between DeepL, Google Translate on the one hand, and ChatGPT, Claude, you name it, on the other? Both actually use the technology that we refer to as artificial intelligence. Both use the technology that we refer to as neural networks. We have come as far as to refer to Google Translate, DeepL, and others as today as the classic translation engine. So you might have been around when statistical machine translation came about, and now we refer to those NMT, Neural Machine Translation Engine, as classic. So generative AI, on the other hand, is an instance where you have the neural network as a system. You have it trained for a multitude of functions. So a neural network trained for translating, that's the classic NMT, and all the other instances of the chat GPT style and type. This is a neural network and AI trained to answer just any kind of questions, including recipes, including where to go in Prague, for example, and please suggest a topic or draft letter, draft an email, whatever. So the very difference is when you approach generative AI, you have to be pretty specific in conveying the prompt, in telling the thing what you expect it to do. Generative AI works on the basis of the so-called large language models. This means there's been someone a few years ago who just scraped the internet, put everything into one pot, and scrambled it, and threw some system in it and algorithm into it and said, okay, just make sense of this vast amount of information. Think of it as a mind map. It helps me to, and also when explaining it to the students, it helps to think of this large pot of language material that's out there and the algorithm that actually went into it as a mind map. The algorithm finds its way through the information based on probability, based on vectors, and it actually creates a representation of the data. After that, after the training period, it's ready to answer your questions. This process we call deep learning. Now, quite soon, people discovered that it is pretty good at translating. So they simply went to ChatGPT and prompted it to translate. I could do that easily, and I expect everybody is familiar with the ChatGPT interface. If you're not, that's just one of the tools. You have other tools such as Gemini or Copilot in Microsoft Bing. You have Claude and others. So this is generative AI as we speak. Generative means that it actually comes up with text, just one step after the other, and it generates text. It generates sentences. It generates text-long communication. So before I prompt it to translate, I might prompt it to give you to greet you. So the prompt I've just put in is, please greet attendees of this year's Meet Central Europe. Use 200 words. So what it does, it simply comes up with an automatically generated text. I'm sure you're familiar with this functionality, and we're delighted to have you here with us as we gather once again to connect, learn, and grow within the localization translation industry. Whether you are a returning attendee or joining us for the first time, we are excited to create an inspiring, enriching experience together. Yes, we are. We could also play that. Not sure if audio is enabled. Probably not. No problem there. But make sure to experiment with the tool. So what it did, it actually produced some start of the string, and it then looked for words that would be with the highest probability to follow. So that's generative AI. If I prompt it to regenerate, you might in real time see that there is a point ball actually going from section to section, from word to word, and that's actually the instance where it generates what it looks for, collocations, what it looks for the next text to produce. Okay, so this is, in terms of large language models, generative AI, pretty basic stuff. We have to bear in mind that as well as other AI systems, generative AI, of course, comes with shortcomings. Those of you who have experimented with it will see that it's imperfect in many instances, in many tasks. We refer to hallucinations, which means that the systems simply come up with things that you didn't ask them to. And to summarize the shortcomings, the downside, the results are unpredictable. The network, the neural network is so vast and it has so much out there that sometimes it just wants to show off, and the results are unpredictable. Once again, if I come back to ChatGPT, always bear in mind this little notion here at the bottom of the page. ChatGPT může dělat chyby, doporučujeme kontrolovat důležité informace. ChatGPT is prone to errors. We do recommend you check your information, what it produces. It comes with risks as well. Obviously, it's yet another platform. So if you upload your data, if you paste your data into ChatGPT and other tools, you're just giving it away. If you're using the free versions, you're sure that OpenAI, which is the company behind it, will use your data in training their bot. If you use the paid versions and you find out your subscription just by having a look at what engines are there, I have a paid subscription, then there are some checks and balances to guard you or guard your data. I'd compare it to DeepL and its subscription types, where you will see that there's the Pro version, the Starter, Advanced. You're all familiar with that. And whenever you start your paid subscription, there are better checks and balances when it comes to protecting your data. A similar situation comes with ChatGPT as well. But at the same time, it's still a third party. If you'd consider it, if you'd thought of plugging this technology into your workflows, it's still a third party that the data may potentially travel to. So, linked with unpredictability, there's the risk of unreliability. So I'd always mind you to check the results. And there are also environmental risks. You may have come across the information that ChatGPT type generative AI consumes vast quantities of energy and needs a lot of cooling, so there are environmental risks involved. Let's look at the translation feature. So translation can be seen, or the functionalities of ChatGPT could simply be seen as yet another MT provider. So Gen AI powered MT, okay. To arrive at reasonable results, you'd need to learn what is referred to as the art of prompting. I'm sure if you have experimented with ChatGPT, you have found out that it's no easy thing to prompt it so that it does not hallucinate, it does not just provide you unreliable responses. I'll come to the prompting rules in a minute, and we'll also consider if text length plays a role. So, talking about examples, what if I take a text in German and I just prompt the thing to translate a text from German into English. What I do, I start a new chat. You might be seeing the cursor here. So always make sure to start a new chat. You are a diligent translator from German into English. The following is a text from a new online news site. Translate into English. I paste and confirm, and what I get is a result. After some time, a student to her teacher, in light of the FPÖ victory, are we all going to be deported now, even though the future composition of the government, etc. So we're seeing the Gen AI-powered machine translation feature here. You're all used to DeepL, Google Translate, and other systems, so as we can see, generative AI is capable of translating as well. I won't give you much of advice on how well it performs. I have given trainings to translators who come from a vast number of language backgrounds, including Italian, Spanish, everything. And the notions and the experience differs. I train students. We have 5 languages covered in our institute. The quality notion or the perception of how well it translates compared to other tools differs. It really varies from doing better than DeepL to no use. Of course, you never get the same result, even if you use the same prompt. I tried it in the groups. If we use the same prompt, 20 people will get 20 different results. So that's, again, yet another example of unpredictability. So that's the translation feature. Now, if you want to use the systems, you need to be well-versed in what we call the art of prompting. You might have come across notions of zero-shot prompts, one-shot, few-shot, and others. The definitions themselves are not the same. Sometimes a zero-shot prompting means, or is referred to as, a prompt that is not part of the training data of a model, but the model can generate a result that you desire. Sometimes a zero-shot means that you use no examples in your prompting. Zero-shot may also mean that you just prompt it in the way, just translate the following text from English into German or otherwise. So there are different concepts of what a zero-shot prompt means. If we stick to 0 means no examples in your prompt, 1 means 1 example in your prompt, then you could use an experiment again in the individual scenarios. Then we have the cascade prompt, which is prompting the machine or the system to, well, actually, it resembles a training process by which you start a prompting procedure, and it's not within one prompt, but you start engaging in conversation with the tool, saying, for example, let's consider you are a diligent translator. What does it take to translate in a professional manner? Use 100 words to save the environment. Why would we use this kind of starting procedure to actually engage in conversation? Because it's a chat bot. This type of generative AI is made to chat with you, so it always appreciates yet another explanation. If we test it in a group, 20 people give the same prompt, what it takes to be a professional translator, you obtain 20 different responses. So not necessary to have a look at that. It's just meant to move the system, if we think of it of a mind map, move it towards the area where we want to have it. So away from the recipes and power plants and logistics to translation. So that was first part of the cascade. Cascade means that you go in steps. Now I could follow on and say, your task will be to translate text taken from a news site. What are the specifics? So again, I want now from the area, from the context of translating, I want it to focus on media and other notions and areas. So when I'm happy, the system knows where is there where I wanted to have it, then I'm ready to start translating. Translate the following from German into English. So it again would be for you to experiment and check the result, if the result is better after a cascade prompt or if it's better using a one-shot prompt. When I consult the art of prompting with experts, they say cascade prompting is not current, it's not state-of-the-art any longer. It used to be. State-of-the-art is one comprehensive prompt, which would look like, I'll explain in a minute. But again, experimenting with translations, it has proven that cascade prompts for some language pairs work better than a comprehensive prompt. So there's no one-size-fits-all approach. So now I'll explain the prompting rules, and this will also show you the concept of the last one, which is the one comprehensive prompt. So if you get everything into one prompt, then you have just another way, a third way actually, of how to prompt the machine. Now, always start a new chat, because here you have the history of your most recent chats, but make sure to always start a new chat. Or if you simply use it for translating or other, you have the history and you could easily go back to the history and have a look and just resume where you left off. But if you want, if you want to engage into a new chat, make sure not to follow up on what's been there. Make sure to provide a persona, a role to the system. That was something that I did, saying you are a diligent translator, or let's consider you are a diligent translator. You should also assign it a task so that it knows exactly what you expect it to do. Consider cascade prompting or not. If you consider cascade prompting, then we refer to those intermediary prompts as magic phrase, perhaps. So ask those intermediary questions. Then what helps is putting structured lists using bullet points, for example. You should also tell what the expectations are. So in your prompt, you could also finish with saying, and I expect you to provide a flawless translation. That could help. And make sure you always have the option of hitting the regenerate. It used to have a regenerate button. It no longer has, but you have the option of prompting it regenerate. But again, do experiment and see if a second version or a third version is better than the first. my experience says no. If you arrive at poor results, then make sure to start a new chat. It's no use and it's a waste of time to reprompt and perfecting the prompts one by the other. A cascade is a good idea, but reprompting for the 10th time and perfecting the prompt for the 10th time leads to no results. And experiment with the prompting language. We tried with students, we tried what it does if we use the same text, original text, and prompt it in English, prompt it in German, prompt it in Czech. Interesting results came from that experiment. But most generally, what we are seeing is people mostly using English, specifically with ChatGPT, because ChatGPT has the most training data in English, over 90% if I'm not mistaken. So it understands English the best, or can understand what you have in mind. Text length and segmentation, there's an interesting challenge or test if you'd want to have a look. It's called Vinograd Schema Challenge. It's used by computational linguists, and it tests if automated systems work well on a segment level or a document level. I am not going into that, but ChatGPT scored pretty good. Now, beyond translation, that's where the magic starts to happen. You know that in ChatGPT you have the option of generate images, and you also have the option of generating sound. So have the machine read aloud what it just produced. So if I had the Meet Central Europe welcome address, I'd be able to have the read aloud version as well. I'll have a look into the translation process and the beyond translation features, and very quickly refer to literary translation and also show you what it takes to train your own chatbot, very, very briefly. Now, when I prompted it with saying, create an image of an English-Czech translator solving a difficult translation problem, then this is what came up. Interestingly enough, this colleague is surrounded by books for some reason, so that's generative AI's idea of how we work. And I prompted it in English, and from that you can also see the bias, interestingly enough, from research that I've done, and that's around there as well. We know that there is a majority of female translators on the market, but for some reason, an English-Czech translator in ChatGPT's terms is a man, and is a male. And female attendees of my trainings often say he's very handsome. And they also like the feature of regenerating. So you can always regenerate the image and arrive at a different version of the English-Czech translator. The female colleagues always say, yes, nice, go ahead. Anyway, I tried to overcome the bias and just prompted it, okay, show me an image of an English-Czech female translator solving a difficult translation problem, and this is what arrives. Our colleague uses a little less books, and interestingly, she looks into the camera, which the male colleagues don't. And if you hit regenerate, that's what comes up. And I think this is a shared place, by the way, so female translators work in teams. Anyway, so there's the voice generator. Now let's look at the translation process itself. So the question is is this of any use to translate? This is just for fun, isn't it? I'll show you a use case when it can actually be useful. For the translation process, I divided it into the 3 stages. Before translation, I'll use a scale of what has proven to be reasonably well functioning, moderately well, and where there was a failure. I will only refer to my own experience or the experience of attendees of my courses. So this is no hard data. It's just sentiment analysis. It's using various language pairs. And I'm referring to ChatGPT version 3.5, 4.0 mostly. And just with the baseline prompting, meaning using this interface without actually going into the system and tweaking the system. So before translation, we could use the technology to analyze source texts for us. Could be pretty useful, couldn't it? If you consider you're a translation services provider, an agency, it is always useful to know what's in the text and for your offer to be more precise. Obviously, you have skilled project managers who do that, but this could be a help. Again, the question is how reliable the results will be. Make sure to consult the result. Anonymization could be useful, so my experience is so-so. Anonymization, if prompted well, seems to work rather good. On the other hand, can come up with risks as well. OCR, optical character recognition, is also a feature that you could potentially use. I tested it. It's of help to when fine-tuning the result. Does not come up with the quality level of specialized tools. When preparing a translation project, I'm sure you'll want to have your terminology ready. If you need to know what's in an image, you can always upload an image into ChatGPT and ask it, so what is in the picture? It functions relatively well. The problem is if you regenerate, it will give you other alternative terms, so you don't know what the real and correct terms are. But again, as a help. Definition to term works very good. You know that you have Gen AI powered searches, such as in Microsoft Copilot. This works also as an enhanced search, a good idea. It can help you disambiguate terms, works good. Extracting terms, what I've tried, works no good, really. Just recently in Heidelberg University, I was giving a presentation on NAI, and we had an experiment there with a lot of students, with a lot of material and a lot of terms, and it actually produced only 9% accuracy. It produces a lot of noise. So it's term extraction, meaning having the system extract terms from a long document, for example. So compared to human extraction, it rather failed. MT customization is a situation when you have the system, when you force terminology onto the system, which I tested. So you have it, there you have the original. It comes up with some terms. You prompt it, apply this glossary to translate the text. You give the glossary mapping here, and it actually worked. Out of the 7 forced terms, it did respect 5. So MT customization works to a limited extent, but does work. During translation, there's the what we call language conditioning. You have a tool like that in Microsoft Copilot already, where you can you can prompt ChatGPT to alter the tone, the format, text length, etc. I'll show it in a minute in a cat tool. And you can always ask or prompt the engine to give you summaries. Works very well. You can tweak the text length, not so reliable to my experience. Rephrasing, so-so. My experience is that it's simply, when you prompt it to rephrase, it simply works with the target text. And if it rephrases for the second time a target text only, it does not look into the original. So with each rephrasing, you actually stroll away from the meaning that was conveyed in the original. Simplifying text could work well. Where it really shines is when you prompt it to give you synonyms, collocations, generating metaphors, play with it. It's very funny. It comes up with its own metaphors, never existing. And abbreviations, acronyms has failed when I tested it. Quality control after translation can involve the analysis of human translation, comparing multiple machine translation engines using ChatGPT, for example, so the so-called machine translation quality estimation, and revision. Analyzing human translation didn't work well. It actually scored the human translation, which was very good. It scored it with a lower mark. Comparing two MTs worked reasonably well in general. It said this one is better for this and these and that reasons. The reasons were not relevant, but the overall scoring did match a human evaluation to a certain extent. And revision, what I had the chance of testing, really failed. It actually tries to reformulate again, even incorporates mistakes into the revised texts. With check language, spelling checking fails when prompting it from the baseline. Grammar checking, not so good. Number checking, not reliable. And you can also think of use cases where you have the content check. If you upload source text, target text, and for example, you can say, produce a summary from text A, produce a summary from the translation, and you can compare the summaries themselves. I've never tested into detail, so I won't give you the feedback here. You could prompt it to give you fluency or readability checks. Never tested it either. In literary translation, if you tweak the system, here I have the explanation from Custom MT, which is a proprietary site. You can set the variable which is referred to as temperature. And this is the explanation of what temperature is in a GPT model. So it's used to define on a certain scale how predictable or repeatable the results will be. And if you increase the value, then you will get more creative responses. So for literary translation, you might just as well use a higher temperature. Literary translators, I'm told, sometimes use ChatGPT to generate an image of a difficult scene that they just have a struggle with imagining. So that's just one example of a novel. Chatbot training, very quick. If you have a paid version, you can always train your own chatbot. How do you do that? You go to My GPT models, and here I have the one that I have trained. It's a chatbot specializing from English into Czech, specializing in translating historical texts. That's it for the demo here. Only an experience, very interesting to train your own chatbot, but involves some theoretical knowledge in translation studies already. So the process is reverted. Normally, you prompt the system when training your own chatbot. It actually asks you along the way. So, what area, what target group, etc. And you respond to the questions. And when it comes to translation studies specifics, then I had a difficult time myself, being even the director of translation studies here in Czech Republic. Interesting experience anyway. And cat tool integration. And I'm coming to a close here. We already can have some tools that do integrate ChatGPT with its machine translation capabilities. Yet another empty engine in a cat tool. There are use cases where we'll be seeing enhanced terminology management functionalities. Here is an example of Trados Copilot AI Assistant. It promises to implement user terminology using or considering grammar of the preferred term. So to give you an example, in German, for example, the machine translation NMT output read Fotodrucker, which is a masculine, but the client wants Fotodruckmaschine, which is a feminine. So the AI thing will include the term, the preferred term, and alter the grammatical feature. So Rückseite der Fotodruckmaschine. Otherwise, you had Rückseite des Fotodruckers. So not only does it implement the terminology, but it also changes the environment. So that's enhanced terminology management. And you could also, with Custom MT, for example, it has a plugin into Trados Studio. You can define prompts in Custom MT environment, and then these predefined prompts in a drop-down menu, which is on the lower window here, will appear as a drop-down menu, and you will be able in Trados already to use your predefined prompt on the specific text segment that you're just dealing with. So that's one way of integrating ChatGPT into a cut scenario. And my last piece of information is a live demo here of a tool that just came around recently. The features of which have been enhanced with ChatGPT most recently. It's called Word Scope. And as you can see, I'm in a cat tool environment. I have the original here. I translate from German into English. Nordkorea sprengt Verbindungsstraßen zu Südkorea. North Korea blows up connecting roads to South Korea. But where the true magic is, when you start this ChatGPT feature, on the right side appears here. So you have all those features that I refer to as language conditioning, such as rephrasing, alternatives, and others. You have all those features predefined as tabs or as buttons here. So let's ask it for explaining what it's just read in the target text. As you can see, the dots here, it takes some time to send information to ChatGPT and return it back. And I get an answer in Czech. Severní Korea zničila silnice. So it's an explanation of what the actual short sentence says. It explains in Czech to me because first I set language Czech. I can also ask it to rephrase. So it's like prompting, but prompting from within the tool. So it gives you an alternative wording. I can ask it to check the spelling. It gives you explanations. Původní věta je gramaticky správná, věta má správnou, so it's grammatically correct, etc. So it's all the features of ChatGPT linked within a tool. And I'm sure other cat tool developers also here with us today are working on similar features. As you can observe, WordScope still struggles with check diacritical signs. So it's, again, reliability is questionable. So, outlook, always beware of the disadvantages, ethical issues, there are costs involved, and make sure to check what it gives you. I think we have a shared interest, both the university and you, the translation service providers, to highlight the added value of human translation. We as humans translate meaning. We translate what's in between the lines, not the words themselves. We strive to adhere to professional ethics. We don't hallucinate unless we go to the brewery. And we have the subject expert knowledge, including translation studies for some. So that brings me to the conclusion, and I'd like to conclude with saying, go ahead, experiment with the tools, engage in a dance with them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I was making little notes here, and I was wondering whether universities should give up teaching translation, instead do degree courses in multilingual prompt engineering, AI, I can't read my own writing, content editors, speech recognition engineers, but translation, maybe not, who knows. Does anyone want to pose a question? I'm going first to a familiar face over here, and then I'm going to go.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, okay. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. It was, I believe, very helpful to translators mainly. And I would like to ask you what, in your opinion, are the threats and opportunities mainly for LSPs? Because we still want to translate, we still want to serve or sell our services, but it looks like there's going to be a big change. So do you have any answer for us, like what opportunities there would be? Thank you.
Thank you. We translators, the universities as well, also want you guys to still be in business in 5 years. I want the graduates of our institutes to have somewhere to go to and to work with professionals. So how about the threats? There are threats on the side of the buyers, I guess. I think there are threats in terms of those who simply rely on technology without knowing about its risks. So what I'm hearing is buyers or customers actually sometimes resort to the machine translation services that are there online and have no idea about the quality issues that it can come up with. I think we have a shared interest here. I would say that we should point to the worst case scenarios, how technology can fail. If we can come up with examples, how badly it works, what results there were, real world examples of technology failing, I think if we could even start a awareness raising campaign, and I know that's pretty ambitious thing to mention here, but again, I think we have a shared interest. I am one of the members of European Masters in Translation, which is a network of universities that train future translators, and I'm just in a week's time, I'm going to apply for membership in the EMT, European Master in Translation Board again, and my plead will be, my program, so to speak, will be that we should come up with an awareness-raising campaign all over Europe or globally, pointing to what happens if a customer just pastes their text into a machine translation engine with no checks, with no proofing, without anything. So I think the general idea of text quality has deteriorated, and I think language professionals and translation services providers such as you guys should point to the added value of the services that you provide, of the services that your human translators bring on board. I see, so if we manage to point to this added value, I see no threat to high-quality translation services providers.
My name is Josef Kubovský. Pane řediteli, Tomáš, thank you very much for the presentation, introduction to the ChatGPT and its usage. I have a question regarding the models, right? You presented the prompting. I want to look more at the modeling. We're seeing that even some of the companies are generating their own models for translation. So one of the largest companies in our country is Agrofert, and they have even created their model for Czech into English translations. And with what you just said on the qualification and the professionalism and adding the value, I think that's the perfect moment where we have access to these organizations, showing them the value of our expertise, and getting into the future of our potential jobs being there, right? So is there any consideration of you being the director of translation studies, or you applying for the position that you mentioned, looking at those models, or maybe offering those models where we show our value again? Thank you.
So if I get the question right, so is it still, is your question meaning, is there still future for users of those? Sorry.
So what you showed us is when you entered the ChatGPT, you were asking directly. You were using the generic model, right? It's like with machine translation. You have either a generic model or you create your own one for your organization, right? And it's the same with ChatGPT. So you enter to that model. What I'm saying is that for those that are publicly available, even some of the organizations are generating their own models, right? And I was using the example of Agrofert.
Of course, yes.
What I'm saying is that if we oversee those models as the experts, we could show the value that we're bringing to all of those organizations so they can reach out to us later saying, great feedback, we don't know what to do with it, help us. Is there any perspective on that, either from the studies or from the university perspective or from the government where you're applying for?
Thank you. Overseeing the models, I think that's extremely important, and of course, I'm aware of use cases where big companies do train their own models. I think what the added value of a translation studies graduate or a graduate of some linguistics, applied linguistics strand could be is simply giving feedback, training the model or taking part in training it, and being sort of a consultant. What I try to explain to our student is your role in the future will be much more that of a consultant. You will go to agencies, you will go to direct clients, and you will explain what the pros and cons are, what of this or that solution. You will explain what the difference between NMT and Gen AI is. You will explain if they should go for Claude or if they should go for ChatGPT. You should explain what the data risks, etc., what there are. So, of course, there is a huge potential beyond translation for this consultancy role as well. And I think linguists should have a voice here in training the models as well.
Hi, Thank you for this very interesting keynote. My name is Marina Pancheva, and I'm Director of Linguistic AI Services at RWS, which is a center of excellence that does research and implements AI in translation processes. And I have a problem, and I wonder how you can help me solve it. I don't have access to translators who are also prompt designers and who know how to work with large language models. Such people simply don't exist on the market because it's a new skill that still few people know how to do, right? Prompt engineering. But I do believe that the role of translators is gonna evolve. They will need to acquire that skill, just like we had translators who had to learn how to do empty post editing. Translators for the future will have to learn how to work with large language models and prompt them correctly, go into the deep kind of not soft prompting through ChatGPT, but like the true prompting via API with structured prompts and so on. And honestly, I think that the responsibility for creating this people with such a skill set lies with universities. So my question to you is, how are you going to change the curriculum, and have you already changed the curriculum at your institution to prepare the translators for the future?
An excellent question. Thanks so much. I happen to be in charge of technology training in the institute as well. So I have taken considerations, and I've introduced ChatGPT prompting just last semester into our master students' curriculum. So what we do, students have used the classic NMT engines, experimented with them, compared quality of DeepL, Google Translate, and some proprietary ones, e-translation as well. But we have just added ChatGPT to the mix, and all of my students, this means all students in our institute, are obliged to create their own account with OpenAI, experiment with ChatGPT to actually know what it involves, see how it fails, see where its potential lies. And with European Masters in Translation, I also see a great potential to introduce or highlight this type of skills. There's been a huge focus on technology skills already, so I think EMT members are on the forefront of the development, but I think generative AI still needs to be added to the mix much more. Thank you.
I think we have run out of time. In fact, we've run into your coffee time. I'll just read out what a slide put up by the European Commission in Helsinki in a meeting I was at recently, and they said the coming skills will be, picking up the last point, multilingual prompt engineers, AI content editors, speech recognition engineers, AI language learning designer, usage data curator, usage accessibility specialists, conversational AI designers. These are the skills that linguists will need to have if they want a job in the future. But can we show a round of applause for our speaker? When you come back, there is a separate event next door, and I'm going to have to look at my script to remind myself what it is, but I think pros are involved. So, no? Niklas, no? Margarita. Okay, it's Margarita Fernandez, yes? And it is, there she is. Oh, there you are, hiding. Come and tell us what it is, come on.
Oh my God, no, we have to go next door to here.
Just give us the title, come on, you can't get away with it.
Oh my God. Okay, so for my fellow vendor managers, it's a bit of a practical strategies for you to implement in your company in these difficult times that are always changing. Very challenging. That's about it.
All right. And if you don't want to commit suicide, you can come and listen to Tommaso, who is at the back here. I can see him hiding from me. And what are you going to be talking about, Tommaso? Sell it to us, baby.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. I'm Tommaso, the head of localization for Spotify. I'm here to talk to you about how we manage localization from the buyer side today, and a little bit of a sneak peek of what are the challenges and best practices.
So it's Tommaso or Margherita. Margherita's next door. Tommaso is in here. You saw him last year. You were at a different company. What happened? Where were you last year?
I was working for Expedia as the head of localization, and I jumped in January for Spotify.
These buy-side people are so loyal. Okay, go and get some coffee, guys. Sorry to put you on the spot, darling. Come on, you shy people at the back. Come and sit down. Where is Tommaso? Oh, there you are. Ah! What? Yeah, well, I'll be telling. Okay. Okay, we're hellishly behind schedule. What flight are you getting back to Brighton? Okay, Tommaso, he introduced himself beforehand. What you don't know about him is he started life out as a vendor manager. Is that right?
That's correct.
So he knows where you guys are coming from. But now he's gone on to the dark side. He's a buy-side man.
Indeed.
Take it away, Tommaso.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, sorry. I get very excited when Miklos Ban makes a sign at me.
Oh,
There's a, can we bring the, that's it. There's a QR code. This code is a magic code. If you scan it, it takes you to Slido. And we've got something, we mentioned it before, the hot chip challenge. Hot chip challenge means ask the questions that you hope no one wants to answer. But we're going to have a session which is going to be moderated, not by me, by someone who's really sensible and knows what they're doing, later on at the end. And these questions will be put to a panel. You've been warned. So the questions...
There's going to be an award for the hottest question.
Oh, award for the hottest question. But you've got to put your name. Don't do as I've done, anonymously. So I really am sorry, Tommaso. I've interrupted you. But a hot question, obviously, I've been told I've also got to stand here to be in the streaming. Hi, Mum. Tommaso.
Thank you very much, Geoffrey. Hello, everyone. Let me start by, with a little bit of an icebreaker. The title of my session, Inside Out, a Buyer's Side Guide to Localization Management, I'm just going to give you a little anecdote to introduce you to the topic. First of all, I am the head of localization at Spotify. As Geoffrey mentioned earlier, last year I was here to introduce the last year conference, and I was working for Expedia, and 10 months ago I accepted a new offer at Spotify, and I've been working at Spotify for 10, 11 months. It's a very different word, so I feel like I'm a different person, and I have a few things that I change in my perspective, and that's why I'm here today to tell you a little bit about the story about how it works behind the curtains on the buyer side. The title Inside Out came out of the fact that I'm going to come out and be very honest and transparent. I asked ChatGPT how I should name my session, and ChatGPT gave me a bunch of results, and one of them started with Inside Out, and then so I mixed them up and I created this part. And then that night I was talking to my partner, and we were talking about the session, and I mentioned the title, and my 6-year-old son looked at us and say, "Are you gonna go to a conference and talk about a movie?" And I say, "No, that's not what I say." But he got so obsessed by it that first of all, we had to watch the movie with him. And second, he forced me to introduce some of the emotional characters in my presentation in order to make it a little bit more playful. So forgive me if it's a little bit juvenile, but this is a collaboration with a 6-year-old. The agenda and the journey I want to take you through is basically a bit introduction about myself, and then a little bit of what does it mean really to sit on a chair of a localization department like the one at Spotify and make it work, and what kind of tricks and techniques we use in order to make the magic happen. There is not really any magic, to be honest, but there is a part of the business that either sometimes people don't get exposed to, or it's taken for granted. And I hope today to give you a little bit of a visibility of what happens behind the curtains, but most importantly, to potentially give you a little bit of a cheat sheet of how to better partner with your clients and what kind of priorities and challenges we see on our side. Now, very quickly, I was born and raised in Milan. I studied there. I wanted to become an interpreter and translator. I discovered the localization industry a little bit later, and then I started traveling because in my opinion, at that time, 20 years ago, becoming a professional in localization meant traveling, and remaining domestic was a little bit challenging. So I started traveling the world. I went to Paris first. I lived in Paris for a while. I studied for a master in Brussels, and that's where I started a little bit the first steps as a professional in the localization industry. I worked first for a company called ITP Europe, which is basically a translation department extension of the Toyota brand. And we were localizing the entire Toyota content in multiple languages. And then from an operational role that I covered in that company, I moved into another company called Yonkers, which is quite well known in the industry, and the main client for that company was Microsoft. And at that time, 15 years ago, the localization around Microsoft was an entire a side ecosystem. It was really, really complex. They have their own tools, they have their own terminology, and everything was extremely complex. And most importantly, it was basically a branch of localization per se. So it was incredibly interesting to understand how that client developed their own localization word inside their company and then imposed it somehow to the industry, say, this is how we want you to work. It was a massive effort for a client like this. Obviously, a client of the size of Microsoft can afford it. Not everybody can do the same thing. But most importantly, I think that today, this is not necessarily needed anymore. So in Spotify, for example, we don't need to recreate that kind of ecosystem. We have understood how to partner and to better interact with the localization industry to gather the information and the support that we need. So from Yonkers and the Microsoft experience, I jumped into client side, and as Geoffrey was saying, I do come from a vendor management background. I was a vendor manager in Yonkers, and then I started leading the vendor management department there. And when I jumped to the client side in Expedia Group 12 years ago, I was hired as the localization vendor manager there. And I think that the role of vendor management is extremely well suited in a localization ecosystem, because we are forced to interact with basically everybody, from sales to operations, from technology to resources. We kind of round it up very well. And that role gave me the opportunity to really understand what kind of requirements and needs the localization department in Expedia had, to the point that I eventually managed to become the head of localization for Expedia, because I thought that after 10 years working in that company as a vendor manager in localization, I kind of understood what was needed for the localization department to be successful. I worked there for a while, and as I mentioned before, now I am at Spotify doing pretty much the same job, leading the localization department. Now, the localization department in a global business like Spotify or Expedia is basically, and interestingly, misinterpreted. Very often people say, oh, localization, Spotify or Expedia or whatever else, they have a localization department. That means that they basically have an LSP inside their organization. And that's, sadly, a misconception from a lot of people in the industry, from the localization teams inside some clients, and also a misconception from the people that work in that company outside the localization team. So when I joined Spotify, one of the first things that I noticed is that there are still some stakeholders and business partners inside the Spotify organization that require a little bit of education of what localization exactly is, what we are here for, what we're capable of, and what we can help the company with. So the idea is to shift the a team that people go require services, thank you very much and goodbye, quite reactive and tactical, to a team that actually sits with the business and help the business develop a progress and eventually grow. And that's extremely important. The only way to do this, however, in a company, a tech company like Spotify, is to centralize it. If you scatter it around, if you have bits and bobs of localization and translation in many different departments, it's impossible for localization to play that strategic role, that proactive role. It needs to be centralized because that means centralizing ownership, centralizing knowledge, centralizing experience. And so that the company knows where to go when they need that help. Beyond localization and beyond translation, there are a lot of different things that the localization department is responsible for in an ecosystem like Spotify. First of all, well, I'll show you in a second, Spotify is localized in 74 languages. It's one of the most localized products in the entire world. 74 languages is a massive amount of work. We localize in obviously the large languages around the world, but we also localize in 4 different Arabic flavors. We localize in multiple Indian languages. We localize in Zulu, in Swahili, in Obija, in plenty of languages that are not necessarily considered the top markets in the world. Why? Because Spotify wants to be a product that really talks to the people, specifically a certain range of generation and age in the right way, and that means being extremely careful of what kind of language we speak. So when we talk about cultural adaptation, for example, localization plays a massive role in that conversation. And that means that the localization team and the localization resources needs to be at the table with the business, the market owners, the marketing, the strategists. They need to sit down and say, we need to talk about this because you can't say this in this way. You cannot talk about that. You cannot use that color in that country because it's offensive or because it's rude, and so on and so forth. So we have a very important role in that matter. And beyond the cultural adaptation, we really are a capability that can make our business much more successful. We can help market growth. We can help our brand to be understood and to have a consistent message across the different markets, and so on and so forth. So again, go beyond the service desk. A localization team in a company like Spotify or Expedia or any other has all these opportunities and potential that sometimes are exploited, sometimes they are a little bit challenging. Now, cheat sheet, when I sit down on the desk of my role as the head of localization at Spotify, I immediately think about priorities, strategies, and challenges. Now, some of them sometimes sadly overlaps, but that's simply how it is. And when we talk about priorities, funnily enough, priorities for a team inside a buyer don't necessarily align with what you consider priorities in the industry. So yes, there are the main, the usual suspect. There is cost, there is speed, there is quality, there is the tech adoption, and but on top of it, there is also the business impact. Now, a trick for a person in my position is to figure out which are the top 2 or 3. We don't use them all. Very often, in a client like Spotify, we care more about quality than costs, and more about speed than technology, for example, or vice versa. Now, I'm just making examples. So we don't necessarily look at all of these and say, these are all needs to be on top and checked. No, we need to pick the one that are really, really important for us, because you can't have quality and cost reduction, and you cannot have speed without technology, probably, and things like this. So you need to really combine and prepare the cocktail that is adapted to the business in order to have the biggest business impact for your company. That's how you make a difference to a business like Spotify. Now, that means that from a strategy point of view, there are a lot of things that you need to think about. And for me, for example, some of the key topics that we talk about are internationalization, because we are a tech company, we are building a product, and if I don't build the product in an inclusive and localization-friendly way, it's not going to work. It's going to waste my time, it's going to be lower quality, and it's going to be more complicated to my team to do the job. So I need to go and influence all the engineering pods and squads around the company, 8,000 people, to make everybody understand that they need to be internationalization compliant or friendly in order for me and for the company to do a better job in being successful in every market we want to go into. And the strategy doesn't stop over in tech, but it goes also in resources and in metrics and KPIs. When I talk about resources, specifically, I talk about two different things. First is what are the resources that I need in-house to be successful, and who are the right partners that I can outsource the rest. In a company like Spotify and many others, hiring in-house people is not necessarily always the right solution. Some people consider hiring and having large teams as a label or a medal for success and power. From a client point of view, when you lead the localization department, you don't need 100 people to be successful, because there are a lot of things that can be outsourced to the industry and can be done better by the industry than me reinventing the wheel and hiring people over and over again to do it in-house. So I keep in-house what I have to, and I send out what I can delegate, because for me it's much more convenient. And obviously, there are a lot of challenges. Some of them could be, for example, the fact that my brand, as global as it wants to be, it also needs to be local. So there are a ton of examples, for example, of brands that decided to go for a brand that is localized per market. There are, for example, I think that Walls, the ice cream brand, they have a different name in every market that they are into. In Italian it's Algida, and in other countries, or in Spain is Mico, or something like this. So they have decided to embrace a more localized approach. It's always a very complicated balance from a brand like Spotify to say, do I want to be extremely local, or do I want to have a global market, a global brand? I need to have a balance of the two in order to make sure that everybody understands what Spotify is and know it, but at the same time it speaks really directly to the user and end consumer. And obviously, and one of the biggest problems in a role like mine is budget. So for the challenge that I have constantly on a yearly basis is to sit down with the business and with the executive leadership and try to make them understand, A, how much money I need for my operations, for my services, for how I operate in the company, but also how much money I give back, meaning how much money I generate for the company. And that's very tricky. I have not met anybody in my position, between my colleagues, that have figured out how can immediately tie a line between localization and revenues, localization and the company success. It's very tricky, because there is a lot of A/B testing, because there are a lot of context and dependencies involved. So we are laser focused on trying to figure that out, to try to really understand that if I don't localize that, how much money and attention do I lose compared to the money that I spend in localizing? So calculating a little bit the ROI that we're talking about here. Now, I've talked about a lot about Spotify, so let me give you a quick overview of what I see on a daily basis. We localize more or less 20 million words a year. It's not big compared to other companies. It's medium, let's say. It's average content and volumes. We break them down into multiple content types because the localization the team in Spotify is centralized, and we serve the entire company. So we have marketing, we have UI, you have advertising and content creation, you have customer service, legal, you have the whole package. We localize in 74 languages. Obviously, we calculated that our top 15 to 20, but 74 is a lot of languages to localize into. It's a lot of efforts in order to make that happen. And my team is a team of 25 people, and we work with two direct external partners called vendors from a industry terminology, but I always refer at my external partners in such a way, because I don't like the transactional concept of here. That's the work, give me the money, and so on and so forth. And in my team, I have built a 5 pillars team. This team is built with a group of program managers, and that's what I need to understand what the business requires from a localization point of view. So they are my window and my view on the business and on their priorities, and their requirements. But in order to be less tactical and less reactive, this team has also the complicated task to really, really partner with the business, sit with them on a regular basis to understand what we can do for them and come with solutions, with ideas, with opportunities to tell them, I can do this for you. You maybe haven't thought about it, but in this language, in this market, in this domain, there is this opportunity. Let's talk about it together. So we want to walk kind of the extra mile here. Operation is where the magic happens, where everything is executed and produced, and it's very much related to taking over from the program management team what's required by the business and make it happen. And also interact directly to the business on a daily basis to really understand how to well deliver what they ask. Quality and innovation is very important. Quality in a company like Spotify is not the MQM period. Is not the classic framework, and that's it. Quality in a buyer side is the fit-for-purpose quality. Funnily enough, a colleague of mine who is in my team today was last year here to talk about fit-for-purpose quality in Spotify. And the fact is, it's exactly what needs to happen on the client side. We don't need always poetry. We don't need always perfect. We need the level of quality that is required by the content that we are localizing and we are publishing and that the end user is consuming. So from a supplier point of view, my suggestion to you is also, sometimes when you talk to your clients, try to have that conversation about where do you set the quality bar here? Do you need the perfection or do you need something good enough? And that's quite tricky because with that opportunity, you make understand the client that you understand their needs, you're going towards a solution for them and you help them save money and go faster. That's key. For us, it's really important. Yes? Well, good question. The question is, if everybody has heard that, how do you ask this question in a way that you don't position yourself as someone who doesn't want to provide good quality? Well, the idea is potentially the good way to do it is to do it while you're already providing the quality, so that you have facts that talks for yourself and say, I know how to provide this quality. I noticed that you're asking me for top-notch quality, so expensive rates and long for customer service. Are you sure you need that quality there? I'm fine, but I'm telling you, you could be saving money if you let me try some technology, for example. And so provide some solution that go towards that situation and that conversation. Technology is obviously very important for us, and we work with an outsourced TMS. We work with machine translation. We have a lot of different in-house tools that we need to incorporate in our ecosystem. So a technology person that looks really after my tooling and my infrastructure. But then I am super excited about having a product management team under localization, which is very important. Why? Because again, this is kind of where the localization team stops being a service desk. And you go around and ask to your business partners, how can I fit in your tech infrastructure in a better way? How do I connect my TMS, and how do I ingest content, how I produce it, and so on and so forth. So that role is not extremely spread in clients like Spotify, but it's something that is very useful. And now, in terms of strategy, when I joined Spotify, some people who know me, I know that I'm a very visual person, and I use a lot of metaphors. So I decided to use the metaphor of the moon, and the fact that the moon, very often, you see a portion of it, but not the other. There is a part that you never see. And in the localization of Spotify, everything is extremely well done from a company content point of view. I call it that way. And it's there you go. And it's basically the fact that we localize our marketing, our UI, our customer service, the content that we write, we produce, and then we present in front of the end user. There is, though, a part of the business that is not visible, which is the fact that we also provide music, podcast, audiobooks, and now courses for the English markets. Now, music, we don't need to localize it, fortunately. It's a universal language, and it's beautiful, and we're happy about it. But we do localize lyrics, and we do localize, and we do localize. I don't localize audiobooks, fortunately, and I don't want to. But what we do is that we do offer multiple services in multiple languages in other verticals. Now, the problem and the trick here is, if I ask Stephen King to register and record a podcast, he's going to do it in English. And then I publish it, and I touch only the English speakers. Somebody who speaks Greek and when doesn't speak English very well cannot access that podcast. And all of a sudden, I chunk away a portion of market that could potentially access that service, but can't. Now, with technology today, because it would have not been imaginable with the regular manual human processes, but with technology today, we could potentially take that voice and make it speak Greek. Now, very complicated. There are a lot of ethical conundrums that we need to figure out, but that's the kind of thing that a localization team in Spotify is kind of excited about. We want to make sure that we help the business become global and try to understand how to produce audio file for the audiobooks in multiple languages and translate podcasts and make sure that all our courses are available in all the languages. So potentially the idea is to really make sure that the localization team in Spotify is an enabler for the business. This doesn't come for free, of course. This is a big dream, and it goes into a lot of complexity. When I speak about my daily job, I have a ton of things that I need to figure out and to consider. I'm not going to mention all of this. Best practices and challenges very often are mixed, because a best practices can become a challenge if it's not dealt with in the right way and is not mastered. But when I sit down at my desk and I know and I have to do my job, these are the main things that I look after. I need to make sure that I have a clear strategy, and a strategy for a localization team in a Spotify like client is not 6 to 12 months, but is 18 to 24. At least. So I already have to figure out a 2-year strategy in front of me. And I need to make sure that I have all the metrics and the KPIs that can first measure my success, so I'm doing the right things. And at the same time, I need to tell the company, these are how you measure that I am being successful, and you should be happy if I meet these KPIs. And then and obviously this means that I need to communicate well with business, and I need to make sure that everybody has visibility on what I'm doing. Business partnership is absolutely key. That's why I have a program management team inside the localization team, which is I need to make sure that everybody understands what we are here for. If with the technology boom and the AI boom, obviously tons of people come knocking at my door and say, we don't need you anymore. Now there is ChatGPT. I can localize everything with ChatGPT. No. But my role is not to slam my door in front of the face, because otherwise they will try and potentially fail, but they will still try. So my role is to diplomatically sit down and say, okay, let's talk. Let's tell me, what are your priorities? Why do you want to go into a ChatGPT? And then when they tell you, oh, because it's cheap, it's fast, it works, okay, let's test it out. Why don't we put some budget on the side so that we can try it out and see how it works? And then if it works and I am wrong, great. If it doesn't work, though, then we want the business partner that sit down and say, okay, well, I understand I can't do this. And I'm going to be ready with a counter proposal, a solution, say, okay, this doesn't work, but I understood your priorities now. Let me figure out something else. So that's the kind of trick that we use when we sit down with the partners, and we try to make them understand that we are here to help, but the final goal is the same. And obviously, in all this, one of the biggest challenges and also best practice to look after is what kind of partners am I going to use? Am I going to use one LSP that understands everything and does it for me? Or I'm going to do a set of it, I'm going to go very regional, I'm going to use a set of SLVs, or I'm going to do a massive amount of freelancers instead. I can tell you that the latter is not possible. In a client like Spotify and many others like me, working directly with freelancers is not something that we do. Because while we would love to, we can't. It's too much work. It's too much. I need to invest so much in my team infrastructure to maintain and make it work that it's absolutely insane for us to go into that road. I know some colleagues of mine have decided to try it out with a hybrid model where they get contractor, they book their time in advance, and so on and so forth. It's an absolute fair choice. It depends on the return on investment. There is a ton of calculation that needs to happen on the cost versus revenues and so on and so forth. But I can tell you with some certitude that 99% of the clients like me will never go for a freelance setup. Now, in the past, I used the SLV model, which I was very happy about. Now, I inherited from my predecessor a very different model where we have two suppliers, so two external partners that we work with, and I see the two realities now, and I see the pros and the cons. So again, there is not one solution that would work for me and for Airbnb and for Netflix and for everybody else. Every company, depending on their infrastructure, of the size of the team, of the amount of content that they have, of the quality level they require, they will have to find the right balance between the resources that they use and the outsourcing strategy they have. But if you look at this with a couple of exceptions, the best practices that you see here are all things that you can influence. Again, if you manage to establish a positive, a constructive partnership with your clients, you can sit down, and I don't think there is anything wrong in asking, what are your goals for this year? So in January, they already know, because we need to submit them by December at least, or by September sometimes. So we already know what we're going to do next year. Now, the word transparency is very tricky because a client like us we can never be 100% transparent. So there are things that we need to keep on our side. But in order to be successful, we would potentially, and in my opinion quite often, really partner with companies like some of you and sit down and say, okay, I need to go faster this year. I need to reduce the time to market, so help me out there. Or I need to become more scalable. I don't have enough resources. I have too much work, and I'm struggling. What can we do to make it a little bit more automated, a bit faster, a little bit more? How can we be more productive? I'm not technology oriented enough. I need more technology. And what kind of suggestion do you have for me? And the concept of continuous localization is a very important concept for a client like us, because the continuous localization requires almost no human touch, which means that my project managers and my team don't have to intervene, and that's gold for me. So whatever we can do to keep producing this automatic localization by creating connectors and by integrating the operational part into the production process would immediately save me money, time, and mind peace, probably. The cultural adaptation is obviously one of the most important aspects of my business, and you would say, like, what would we do with it? Well, if proactively you work for a company like Spotify and you say, well, you know what, today I'm going to try to spend a little bit of time, or this week, to understand how is the product in French or in Portuguese, and then and if I spot any opportunity, go back and say, hey, Spotify, have you noticed this? It's not great. Maybe this is what we should be doing. Maybe we should have a TM cleanup. Is that a legacy terminology or linguistic asset? Are we sure you're doing the right thing? So bring opportunities in front of us, because it's literally too much for us to chew. There are a lot of things that we do not realize that you can help us with by being proactive and being the right partner. Another very easy topic is the quality strategy and the QA strategy. So obviously we want to make sure that we provide quality, but how do I make sure that I review the right amount of text? Do I use the human resources? Do I use technology? What kind of methodology do I use? The less effort that I spend and you make me do, the happier I am. If you go to a client and you say, you have this QA framework, maybe you should do it in otherwise because this would save you time or money, they will never turn you away. They will say, okay, tell me more. So always point towards an opportunity, and you might pitch 10, but out of 10, one sticks. And that makes me understand what the right partner to work with is. Overall, this is how we function. We have obviously a ton of other things that if I talk a bit more in details, my fellow colleagues in other company will be very happy with me. But it gives in my opinion, a picture of this is what we wake up and are concerned about every morning. This is how we think. These are our priorities, and most importantly, this is how we plan ahead our work. So don't think that there is anything too complicated for us to have a say or to have an impact on. We are absolutely partnering with our external partners to make sure that eventually we create a business relationship that is healthy and effective. With that, I want to press pause, and I want to see if there are any questions. Sorry, before I forgot one piece. I promised that I was going to give a quick overview on the future. I'm not here to give you any lessons on how the future is going to be because I don't know. But I do think that there are three main themes that we need to focus on. The first one is the impact of technology, and I think that everybody speaks and talks about AI enough to know that this is pretty much one of the biggest topics we have. But potentially what we're going to do, on top of the impact of AI, we need to think about, for example, what's the future of TMSs, which is a very interesting topic that I found myself to discuss this year in some of the forums and groups that I attended about. A lot of clients are starting thinking, I don't really need a platform to centralize everything. Now with AI, I can connect my translation memories with my linguistic assets and with my workbench and with my product. So do I really need a platform? Maybe, maybe not, but this is one of the questions that we haven't figured out yet, and I think that technology will drive that decision to a certain extent. And then obviously the AI, how the prompt engineering will work, we heard the keynote speakers speak about it quite clearly and in details. And obviously, I am still convinced that AI is not being leveraged enough as far as I see for content creation. And in my opinion, there are a lot of opportunities in that matter. And then what kind of content we will be focusing on, because I have spent at least, maybe not some of you, but I spent the 2 decades talking about long content, car user guides and travel guides on Expedia and the manuals of how Vista worked in Microsoft, but it's not like that anymore. We don't write them anymore. Nobody translates them anymore. The content is shifting. Now it's shorter, is faster, is live, and it's basic. It's even badly written because it's user-generated most of the time. So how does localization react to that? And try to understand how we connect with the rest of the content when it's digital asset management, the video and the picture, the subtitles in my case, and the captioning and the localization of the voiceover, and then the evolution of localization resources. So I am very interested to understand what is going to happen to the external partner that I work with. What is the future of the LSPs? What kind of shape will they see? What is the right setup to get the right database of external resources in order to succeed in the new environment, the new economy? And what kind of role the linguist will have, obviously. And by definition and by consequence, also what kind of metrics will we establish in order to evaluate their quality and their success? I don't know, but these are all the questions that I ask myself, and I think it's important to don't lose sight on it, because I think that these might be the topics that we will be talking about, at least in the next couple of years in conferences like this. With that, Thank you very much.
Now I'm really conscious we've cut into Toby's time, who's our next speaker, but I'm going to take some questions. Joseph, you've already heckled once. We don't encourage heckling. It was a very good heckle, but we're coming here first. Say your name.
Hi, my name is Laszlo Varga. I'm from Nimzi, and thank you, Tommaso. Well, of course, I'm wearing Nimzi colors. My question: you said that you plan more or less 24 months ahead, and
Yes.
content generation is something that it feels like it's right at the doorstep. How do you strategize that into your future workflows, and what do you see as the potential for it?
Assuming that we are gonna keep generating content in the same way, I think that the strategy that I would focus on is, first of all, what are the alternative methodologies and techniques that I can use to generate content? And that means that I need to sit down with the business and try to understand what kind of content will be required, because I am not the only one strategizing. They are strategizing too. So sit down and try to understand what is in their pipeline, how do I reply to that ask, what technique and methodologies can I use in order to make it as innovative and effective as possible, and then the quality fit for purpose, for sure, and try to tackle that part. That would be, for me, the two areas on how to produce it and how to evaluate the quality in the right way. Around it, for me, there is also a complicated part, which is how do I establish the production process and in order to deliver it in the most effective way. But that is, I don't decide on my own. I depend on the infrastructure I have around. No. I don't.
Question over here, which is not from Nimzi.
Well, I do work for Nimzi as well sometimes. I am István from Bilazy. And one thing that I would like to ask you, so you pointed out that you would like to shift your organization to be like product rather than service.
Yes.
But at the same time, you are working with those large vendors
Yes.
that are probably very service-oriented.
Yes.
And what I used to say earlier is that if the client can't screw it up, then leave it with the super agency, not RWS, of course. The others are not here. And like, what are your ways of ensuring? Because what I think is that very often what happens is that the client has the best intentions, they throw it over the fence, young project managers get it who have been in the business for 1 year, and they screw it up and the whole supply chain is like suffering afterwards. Like, how do you foresee like addressing this?
Okay, let me see if I hope I understood the question in the right way. I don't throw anything through the fence, first of all. I don't take and hop, say, deal with it, and then screw it up. First of all, I try to make sure that there is no screw up in any step of the way. I value a lot sitting down and explain. So some people say that I share too much when I talk to my external partners, but for me it's really important to take a step ahead, to start the conversation even before the conversation is needed. So I'm going to make you a very basic example. I needed to understand what kind of machine translation strategy to use in my production, and what I had in my hands at the beginning was quite simple. Was one machine translation engine applied, easy. So even before thinking how to do it, I sat with the couple of partners that I work with, and I say, I see that there is no machine translation done in a sophisticated way. What do you think? What can you do? Or, I would like to do this, and so in a year time, I would like to be here. Is there anything you can do to help me? So there are suppliers or external partners that come to me and say, let me think about it, I'm going to cook something, I'm going to come back to you. Great. Others that they say, I got it. You give me 150,000 euros and I will figure it out because I'm going to do tests and human evaluation, everything else. Now, no, that doesn't work. So prepare the conversation with your partners and try to understand who is actually better suited for that task, and then check in, not throw it at the other side of the fence and say, deal with it, and in a year time, oh, sorry, you messed it up, and we're not going to do it again. But more about, okay, I gave you this a month ago, it's due in 6 months, I'm going to have a check with you every 2 weeks or every month to understand what are your challenges, what are your problems, are you succeeding? So if you consider outsourcing throwing at the other side of the fence, you'll never succeed, or very rarely. Because the business of an LSP is so detached from yours. They would never understand what are your priorities unless you make them part of the problem. Does that make sense? Yeah?
Okay. I'm going to ask you about using Istvan's terminology, screw up, that so far nobody's managed to, from the clients I've worked with, nobody's managed to sort out. And it boils down to a good enough quality.
Yeah.
Okay, this whole concept. So suppose that, you know, localization department talks with internal stakeholders and convinces them good enough is good enough for you, right? We don't need top-notch quality. And good enough is defined as, let's say, we accept 10 errors in every 1,000 translated words.
Right.
Okay, 10 errors per 1,000. Fine, everybody's happy, the agency delivers and so on, until one day a developer, an internal stakeholder who happens to speak Spanish, checks the Spanish product, finds an issue, and escalates to the internal log team, who escalate to the super agency, they escalate to the agency, they escalate to the vendor goes down to the translator, and it's all big fuss. And the thing is that it's one of those 10 errors that we agreed that you should accept.
That's fair.
The problem is that there is this giant disconnect between the Spanish developer, right, who found the issue, and the SLV. And I always wondered, or I always thought that it's your job, the localization team within the big clients, to educate the internal stakeholders about that. So my question, and you didn't bring this up here, so what is your take? What do you think about it? And how are you going to be the buffer, you know, the intermediator between your internal clients and the SLVs?
Absolutely. I 100% agree with you, by the way. So this is how it works. So let me take it as quickly as possible. On one hand, just a preamble, although you're totally right, I don't consider a mistake allowance possible. Meaning, the difference in quality is not allowing a typo. The typo is never okay. The difference in quality is the amount of time that I spend in refining the language to make it pretty. So there are if I machine translate, I will rarely find a very, very bad grammar, because the machine takes into consideration the grammar rules of a language. But it's not going to be pretty. And that's where the human fixes it. So for me, level of qualities is how raffinate and fine and sophisticated the language is, which is a good concept because, in my opinion, because we go also into the concept of the light, medium, and full post-editing, for example, where if you go into I think the Lisa Standards definition, light post-editing is there is a certain amount of errors and typos and mistakes is tolerated. For me, that doesn't exist. Because I am never going to publish a typo into a product. So I can't do that. But I rename medium post-editing light. Meaning I'm not going to go through the full nuance. For me, light post-editing is the language is correct. But it doesn't sound necessarily poetry, but it's correct. It's good enough. And then there is the very nice translated. And then there is also the transcreation, but we're talking about something else there. So first of all, setting the level of quality is important, and in my concept, in what I do today, I don't allow mistakes per se. Meaning that it happens, but when it happens, you fix them. But that doesn't mean that it's okay and we can publish. We need to fix them. And there are type of contents like chat, for example, where we apply machine translation automated, and in that case, you can control what comes and goes. So that is a different story. But from the content that we manage, this is the concept. On the other hand, yes. So I define the set of quality, and then I go to the business and I say, this is what it looks like, and I communicate to the entire company what kind of quality strategy we use in order to make them aware. If I decided to translate a book in my audiobooks vertical, I will never be able to allow a low level of quality because it's a book. I'm not, but just let's say hypothetically. However, if I localize a podcast, that's what sometimes we call on Spotify conversational quality. Because it doesn't have to be perfect, it doesn't have to be the sentence. And in many, many languages, there is a difference between written language and spoken language. So that's the kind of thing that we are looking for, a different way of accepting the formality and the shape and the tone of the language depending on the use. That's, to me, fit for purpose. But no typos and no mistakes, if possible.
Okay, we really have bitten into Toby's time. He's sitting very patiently at the back. Can we show our appreciation to Tommaso?
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Mid-Central Europe, for having me here again, like last year. Very honored and appreciated.
Will you be around at lunchtime?
I will be, yes.
Get the boy before he gets his food.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Okay, he's been very patient at the back of the hall. Toby Partington, who is from Empower, which is a language company that specializes in market research sector. I know his mum very well. Is going to talk and bring it back to the core of what Meet Central Europe is about the vendor manager role. He's getting his Madonna mic on. Yep. Yep. Hold on for a minute. Let me just get this way. Okay, please give a warm round of applause to Toby once he's mic'd up. You will be playing PlayStation. Can you hear him? Just take that for the moment.
Okay. Well, how about now? Just go there. Just speak to the microphone. I'll go there.
Okay. Sorry, what was it? She's interrupting.
the other session, but this is a time to move.
Do we have a clicker as well?
I thought there were more when I looked in there.
Jeffrey,
Yep.
do we have a clicker?
Or is it this? Yes, that's it.
That's the.
Okay, you're live.
I'm live. Okay. I hope this is me. We're off to a good start, at least.
Can we engage Toby's slides, please?
Hang on, can we bring it back? How do I go back? Okay.
Okay, guys, you.
Yeah, what I'm showing here isn't the same as up.
Can you
here.
make the screen and the prompt the same, please?
Great.
Okay.
We're working. All right, thank you very much, Jeffrey, and thank you for MCE for inviting me here on what I believe is a very exciting conference and very important conference. I'm Toby Partington. I work at a company called Empower Translate. We're based in the UK, 29 people that work for us with global coverage. I'm our head of operations, and I've been involved in many different roles, tech side, vendor management side, the project management side, and now the overall operational side. I've been in the industry for almost 30 years. Ask me about my moisturizer later. And today I'm going to be talking about the critical role of vendor managers in business success. I remember my first solo localization conference. It was Barcelona 2019, and I think there are a few faces from there still. I went to the pre-conference tapas bar, and as I walked in as very much a youngster at the time, I walked up to a table of people and very shyly introduced myself. They didn't mistake me for the student waiter, which is great, so that was first success. And we did the standard introductions, you know, who are you, where do you work, da-da-da, what languages do you speak, all of that stuff. And when I said, see, I'm from an LSP, one of them stopped, looked at me and went, oh, you're one of them. And I kind of was like, oh, one of who? Like, what? Why is it so mysterious all of a sudden? And I was completely oblivious to the friction that still exists in our industry. That very, very brief conversation has had such an impact on how I do business and how I position the vendor manager in our strategic positioning. For our model, we have 3 core pillars, or 3 pieces of the puzzle. We have our clients, who are revenue stream. We have our in-house team of contractors or employees, our finance team, our operations team, our sales guys, all of that stuff, HR. And then we have our vendors, our external teams. This can be your tech providers, this can be your freelance linguists, anything like that. Obviously, today, I'm going to be talking about, well, obviously given the conference, I'm going to be talking about how this person is the key to, oh, nope, wrong slide, sorry, bear with me. I'm going to be talking about how this person, I forgot to take that out. I put it in as a joke and forgot to take it out. That's my bad. Right, let's get it right. This person can bring all of these pieces of the puzzle together to enable constant business success. That's something that we really thrive to do at Empower. Sorry. We work in a very niche market with market research, so our vendor management focus is on retention rather than replacement. And it's something that we recognize quite early on in Empower's foundation. So the vendor manager was our 5th recruit. Over the past 18 months, the department has been revolutionized. It's been energized, and it's really been taken to the very next level. So this year, because of Empower's vendor management, strategic positioning, and approach, we have brought on our biggest client this year, who contributes to 30% of our revenue. On top of this, over the past 18 to 24 months, we've expanded our services. We've added 5 new services to our portfolio, and this contributes to, again, 33% of our revenue now. Whilst expanding services, bringing on new big clients in an ever-changing landscape with increased competition, tech changes, you name it, our vendor management position has allowed us to maintain a healthy gross margin in an ethical and fair way. A big part of this is down to having a massive support network where we're able to call on people for any requirements that we may need, which has moved us one step closer to our 24/7, 365 vision, giving us global coverage to be able to fulfill client requests regardless of their time zone or, well, in our time zone. All of this put together, and perhaps most importantly, it's instilled new confidence and trust within our vendor management team. And that's from our clients that we can fulfill their requests. That's from our internal team that our vendor management knows what they're doing and is able to support them. And that's from our vendors who know that we are a growing business, sustainable business, who care about them and their values. I was our vendor manager for 5 years, and I thought I was good. We were growing, everything was going well. But the past 18 months has really shown me how a strong vendor manager can have an impact. Adina is in the room. Can you stand up? I would just like to appreciate Adina's impact. I'm getting emotional about this, Jesus. She has allowed us as a business to thrive and grow almost single-handedly. Can I just get a big round of applause for Adina? Is that okay? She's going to kill me after this. Okay, can I have a show of hands if you are or your company has a vendor manager? Okay, great, thank you. Keep your hand up or put your hands back up if your vendor manager is involved in your operations team or involved with your operations team. Okay, if you put your hand down, you can't put it back up afterwards. Keep your hand up still if your vendor manager is involved with your finance team, strategizing financial health. Okay. Keep your hand up still if they work closely with the sales team, strategizing client acquisition, client growth. Some people put their hands down and put them back up. And keep your hand up or put them up again if your team is working with your marcoms, your marketing and communications team, working on your company reputation. So a few people. Okay, great. These are all the areas we're going to work on today. We're going to look at where the vendor manager can have a baseline impact. We're going to start to build the foundations for your vendor manager to enable critical business success. I don't know why I keep adding critical into there. It's just the slides. At the end, we're going to look at some basic action points, some things we can put into place for each of these teams to start to build those foundations. And that's our photo slide. We're going to kick off with sales. Within the sales team, your vendor manager, and I imagine this is no news to anybody, helps with margins and rates, defining what rates your sales team can sell to your clients to understand what margins they can make, or the other way around, whichever way you want to go first. This allows your sales team to be able to confidently sell, confidently negotiate on the spot because they know where their targets can lie. Your vendor manager supports with scalability, allowing your team to be flexible and agile, to adapt to different client needs. It lets your sales team confidently say yes to big, urgent projects that might be slightly outside of the scope. And it allows your clients to have the sense of trust that you are growing with them. Confidence and trust, I've just mentioned it about 4 times. It builds the confidence and trust from your client that you can do what they want you to do. But I'm just going to quote one of our sales guys here, if I can find it in my notes. He said, "We can throw anything at the team and we know they'll be able to do it or tell us when it's not possible," which is fantastic. That's what you want. That's what you want your sales team to be doing. But it also leads to our clients doing the same. One of our clients has said we're now their first port of call for any weird requests, which is great. My notes are falling down, bear with me. All of this leads to client satisfaction, increased client satisfaction, improved client retention. From the sales side, that's fantastic. Our head of sales said that 66% of the time when our sales team call on our vendor management team to help, it leads to direct business. Maybe not exactly then, maybe 3 months down the line, but it leads to direct business. He said that's a 9 out of 10 stars, and he's a pessimist, trust me. Talking of pessimists, we're going to move on to our finance team. I am joking. One of the areas our vendor manager can help the finance team is with cost optimization, gross margins. But cost optimization goes so much further beyond just your standard gross margins. I remember a few years ago, the pound plummeted because of, I don't think I need to say what, but you know what situation happened in Britain. And I was walking through baggage control at the airport because we were allowed to fly at the time as well. And my finance team were calling me frantically saying, the pound's plummeted, we need to absolutely focus on euro and dollar suppliers. Okay, easy enough. Kind of, not really. It was a nightmare, but we were able, that was how the vendor management team was able to support and transition that change. It's up to your finance team to identify where the complicated cost optimizations like these can be found. It's not up to your vendor management team. Your finance team are your finance experts. Your vendor management team are your vendor experts. They support building better relationships. I once had someone tell me that we call our vendor manager Talent Hub. They said, your Talent Hub is your linguist whisperer. I loved it. So your vendor manager is your vendor whisperer, your linguist whisperer. Your finance team aren't. That's not what they do. That's not what they're experts in. Building better relationships enables so much. It's been talked about in the other room, and I'm sure it'll be talked about later on as well. Once you have those solid relationships between finance and your vendors that your vendor manager has allowed to flourish and grow, your vendor manager can then support you with things like cash flow management. There's nothing worse. I know there are a few business owners in the room. There is nothing worse than having 50,000 in the bank and tomorrow you've got 100,000 vendor payments due. It happens. It is just part of business. Your vendor working with your vendor manager, they can identify the people who unfortunately will have to wait a few days. That will be able to limit the impact on your business and on your support network as a whole. Equally, when cash flow management is good, which is great, that's what we all want, your vendor manager will be able to talk to your vendors about preferential payment terms for preferential rates. We have people who have come to us and said, can I be paid in 1 week because I got bills due, and in the next invoice they did a 10% discount. We didn't ask them for anything. So it is the norm. It's what happens in business. And we move on to our Marcoms team, or marketing communications. Marcoms normally falls within the sales side of things, or for a lot of businesses, the CEO does it for a very, very long time, and then eventually they give it over to somebody else. But your vendor management team and your Marcoms team can collaborate on so much because there's so much crossover and so much potential there. Firstly, with consistent branding. What you're saying to your clients, what you're putting out there to your clients needs to be consistent with what you're putting out there to your vendors. The message needs to be the same. Anything that your vendor manager is doing is part of or contributing to marketing. Every LinkedIn post, every time a new freelance applicant does your application process, me on stage right now, this is all part of marketing in one way or another because it's changing the way that people see you and your brand. Congruency. I didn't know what this word meant a week ago. I was presenting this to someone saying, what do you think? And they said to me, oh, you mean congruency? I was like, oh, okay. Congruency means doing what it says on the tin. It means putting your money where your mouth is. It means the customer experience is identical or identifiable with the message, the branding message that you're putting out there. And your customer in this case are your clients and your vendors. If you have consistent branding and congruency, that will enhance your company reputation. And your vendor manager is critical for that. I'm sure it's no surprise to anybody. Your company reputation is kind of everything. You need it to be able to survive in business or rebrand. With company reputation, your vendor manager can do things like social media awareness training. Because that, for anybody who that has happened to, that is a slippery slope. To have someone who can do that for you on your vendor side. Don't worry, we're moving back into safe territory with operations. One of the best ways your vendor manager can help your operations team is through the support network. Having the right amount of people to fulfill any client requirements. Not too many, because then some of them never get used, and not too few so that you're constantly running around when a new language comes in or too much work comes in for you. So your support network is critical. Your vendor manager is also critical in your service development. Your new services that you're bringing on board, your new client requests, they want you to do something that's slightly different. Your vendor manager is the one that makes sure it's feasible for your business to be able to do that, either by going out and finding people on LinkedIn, ProZ, whatever, or by training people on how to do that. If it's the latter, please be aware they've had to go out and convince some poor person to work on this brand new service that they know absolutely nothing about. Meeting or exceeding standards. We bring in our ISO certifications here, and we also bring in our quality control or quality assurance team, however you call it. There's very few things that are worse as a vendor manager than sitting down with your project management team, discussing a new project that's coming in, a quite large one or whatever, and you've identified all the people that are going to help you, and they say, nope, 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 nope. You go, why not? I said, well, because they're all rubbish, we don't like them. So you go, right, okay, bring in a new list. And they keep rejecting this group for one language. And it's the first time you've heard about it. It's horrible. If that happens, there's been a gap in communications, and there's a gap in your support network. And it really cannot be underestimated, the impact on confidence of your project management team saying no to absolutely everybody because they don't like all the linguists, even if it's kind of their fault. Root cause analysis. When something goes wrong, it's always the vendor's fault, right? From we start at the top, and then it goes down, it's your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault. That's the way it's perceived. It's hardly ever true, I find. Your vendor manager is the person, bring your vendor manager into the room to be your 360 judge. They're neutral. They come in, they identify, is it the vendor's fault? If it is, fine. Maybe there's a training opportunity there. Maybe there's a gap in knowledge. But get them to also look at your communications. Get them to look at your team. What could your team have done better? Ask your linguist the same thing. What could we have done better? Could we have provided glossaries? Could we have provided better instructions? Anything like that. We had it a while ago where people weren't consistent with the reference material. There's about 300 words to translate across 50 or 60 different markets, quite a big project. And I think about 45 of them were inconsistent. Big piece of work to do a root cause analysis on, but we did. Almost immediately, we opened up the reference material. So it's 300 words, keep in mind. It was a 25-tab word Excel chart with like 70,000 words in it. How do you expect someone to be consistent with that amount of work if you're paying them 20 euros? I wouldn't touch it, personally. I'm not going anywhere near that. So it's about identifying those kinds of things. Where are the gaps in your workflows? Where are the gaps in your processes? And your vendor manager absolutely can help you with that. We're going to move on to our photo slide, where we're going to talk about the foundations, the small steps that we can do to start to build the foundations for your vendor manager to enable business success. Kicking off with the sales team. Get your sales team to do some negotiation training with your vendor manager. It's such a critical skill set for them, yet it's something that most of the time we assume they know. They have ultimate knowledge of negotiation, either with no training whatsoever or very, very little training. So get your sales team to do some training like that with them. Introduce your sales landscape. What are the hygiene factors for you to make the sale? For us it's speed and transparency. So those are the things that we focus on, our vendor manager focuses on when she talks to our sales team. Speed and transparency. Your customer needs and pains. Why is this person working with you and not with your competition? Why have they moved from the competition to you? Where are there other opportunities? What other services are they doing? Where do you, or we as a business, fit into their workflow? Because there may be other services that you can work on or other areas where you can support them. That's mostly how we've introduced 5 new services over the last 24 months. And constant, consistent, open communication lines. With your finance team, look at cash flow awareness, basic cash flow awareness. They don't need to know the whole ins and outs, but just an idea of where cash flow is, how that impacts. You could probably do it in about 20 minutes, or you can maybe even find a LinkedIn course that talks to you about cash flow awareness. Your finance needs and pains. This can be currency fluctuation, your aged creditors, gross margin, obviously. It can be the impact of records not being up to date. Those kinds of things where are finance struggling, areas where, or maybe troubleshooting where finance are outside of their area of expertise. And again, open communication lines. Our Marcoms team. I would suggest looking at departmental brand strategy for your vendor management. It would allow you to showcase to people what, on the vendor side of things, your vision, values, and goals, and allow you to be consistent with that. It does make bringing a new person into the team a lot easier. Introduce them to the company brand strategy. This changes quite often, I find, without a lot of people knowing in the business. If you can introduce them to the company brand strategy, they can make sure the departmental brand strategy is consistent and congruent in the long run. If there's one thing to take away from this, it's what the word congruent means. And again, open communication lines. With our operations team, again, the most familiar to you all, I imagine, do gap analyses with your team. That gap analysis can be languages, it can be services, it can be rates, it could be synergy. If your team don't want to work with someone because they don't like them, they won't work with them. It doesn't matter if their rates are perfect or if they're an excellent translator. They will not work with them because they do not want to work with them. So identify where your gaps are there in your support network. And again, with the 360 analysis, look at where there are gaps in your workflow. To support that, we do need the workflow introduction. The amount of vendor managers I've spoken to who don't know how their team place work is incredible. So show them how you do it, because if they don't know that, how can they have the impact? Feedback, critical, absolutely critical. That again, that can be on anything that we mentioned in the gap analyses. So your rates, your margins, your quality, synergy, everything like that. Feedback is critical, but feedback isn't just a bad word. Feedback's also a positive word. So when you get positive feedback from clients, when you get positive feedback from your linguist, shout about it. It's really important. It gives such a big motivational boost to know that people are giving positive feedback. RACI. This is actually a suggestion from Creative Words for me. It stands for Responsible, Accountable, Consulted, and Informed. Your vendor manager, I imagine, falls within your operations team most of the time. So there's a lot of potential for crossover in tasks. So it's really important to identify who is meant to be doing what and who's just being told that that's happening or updated that there's a change or anything like that. We have it at the moment with our CAT tool. Some linguists aren't able to sign into it, and neither Adina nor the project managers know who to go to fix it. They don't know who's meant to be running it. So it comes to me, for now. That'll be changing in a week. And again, open communication lines. We have open communication lines across all of these. That doesn't mean talking every single day. That means regular updates on what's happening. That means maybe monthly meetings, maybe even weekly meetings, to update on the latest developments in tech, the latest developments in client acquisition, the latest developments in your sales processes, or what the growth trajectory is. Your finance changes, are you changing system or anything like that? It's really important for people to be kept abreast of what is happening within the business. If you can implement all of these, some are much, much easier said than done. You start to build the foundations to enable your vendor managers to support all areas of the business. If there's one thing I know about vendor managers, is that you are helpers. You want to help people, you want to support people, you want to fix things. So it's up to us to start to build the foundations to combine our expertise with your expertise so that you can drive business success. So I'd like to thank you all as vendor managers, or the vendor managers, ex-vendor managers in the room, for driving business success and for being our unsung heroes. And thank you for listening. Do you want to use mine? Just come and talk really closely.
So, do we have any questions at all, or comments? Oh, there's one at the back. You would be at the back. And I've got a mic on. Now my mic is on. There we go. Say your name and pose your question.
Hello, it's Jada here from Creative Words. Thanks, Toby. My question was on something you touched on briefly, and I'd love you to expand a little bit, and that's where vendor management is positioned in your organization. So you said they report to you, so they are part of operations. Is that correct?
Yeah, so our vendor management team is part of operations. The reason why they don't do any project management in that sense. So the key task for our vendor manager is to really, really make it basic, recruit and retain people.
All right.
As I mentioned, though, there's so much more they do impact. There's so many other areas where they impact and drive success.
Okay. Yeah, now that's the real question. I was under operations. And you mentioned something interesting. You mentioned when you were talking about root cause analysis, you said bring them in because they're neutral.
Yeah.
But don't you feel it's a bit of a contradiction to have vendor management under operations and expecting them to be the neutral part?
Good point. Really good point. Probably worth me clarifying why our vendor management team falls under operations is just because I'm head of operations. Yeah, but it's quite common. Yeah. It's
not referred to your scenario. It's quite common that vendor management is under operations. It used to be for us as well, and that's a reflection that I've had in my mind. So that's why I was asking you.
I've not found it to be challenging in that sense. When I was doing it, or when Adina does it, because it's about with internally as well. That's where the conflict can lie, is internally. When your vendor manager turns to your project manager and says, hey, you didn't send the reference material, are you joking? Like, no, you messed up, not them. So it's about making sure that that relationship is professional. It's a professional way of doing it. We do it, Adina does it every week with the head of quality and with the head of, we call them CSMs, they're project managers, the head of project managers. So they talk on a weekly, monthly basis as well making sure that the processes and everything is lined up. And Adina is very good at just saying, right, here's the situation, deal with it.
Any other questions? If not, lunch awaits you. Oh, there are some. Ah, hello. We can't get away with a question time without some kind of oblique NIMSY input.
So, Istvan from Be Lazy. I mean, this was a beautiful ode to the vendor managers. And I have an impression that in today's world, vendor management is the number one function in an LSP. Because it is the one function that is able to change everything. It's the one that can squeeze, that can expand as well. So what I'm just wondering is, I think vendor management is a bit like marketing. You can have a horrible marketer who just wants to repeat every phrase all the time. And you can have one that is completely in line with the company. And they are still called marketing directors. There is no difference in the title. What is your suggestion for structuring vendor management? What is your suggestion for building a vendor management team? Maybe vendor management should not be in the team of operations, but operations should be in the team of vendor management. It's just that there are more people in operations inside, right? So I'm just a bit curious about how you feel this fit in a company organization structure.
Thank you. I love the question. Oh, it's got me thinking now. I was going to start off by introducing what the headline responsibilities for our vendor manager. What do they do? It isn't just recruiting and retaining people. That's one of the functions. Yeah. I would say for bringing or starting a new team is with any team really, especially with vendor management, where it can infiltrate into so many different areas, is having clear responsibilities for them. What are their performance indicators, and honing in on specific items to do, is what I would say. In terms of the wider scale of things, should operations fit under the vendor management? Maybe. Depends on your definition of vendor management. And maybe even your definition of operations. So I think both longer term plan for us is we split the vendor management team. They're not part of operations. They are their own business unit who come in and support everywhere else. They were when I started there, we were basically the support services, is what we called ourselves, because we were tech team as well. Yeah, depends on your business strategy, but absolutely I would recommend having clear goals, bite-sized goals that are achievable, and that will build momentum as you're bringing new people into the team, as you're changing the role. Because we're in a changing landscape, and the skill set, we were talking about it a bit earlier, the skill set is developing and changing with the times. We just have Adina. We are recruiting for another at the moment. So if you're interested, Istvan, we can...
Okay, leave your recruitment strategy to the lunch break, please. But if anyone's interested in joining Empower, where are you in Wales now?
We are based in Wales, in a lovely town called Chepstow, but we are global. We have footprint in
and
South
specializing
Africa.
in market research.
That's it, market research, yeah.
Okay, can we show our appreciation to Toby? Thank you so much again for being so patient, Toby. Your lunch awaits for you outside, and your networking.
this?
This is, well, it's...
Oh, that wouldn't be bad.
Okay, well, you just have to figure out how to get it on.
Oh.
Because around, so...
What, under the jacket normally, no?
Well, no, clip it into your...
I was thinking on the back. And
that's it, and then we can move that up. Let me just unplug this first.
Like this I should do it, I think.
Then we'll clip that into your belt, and then I'll screw it back in. That over your shoulder for the moment.
Can I? This might, yeah, there we go. That opens up.
You just take hold of that for a second.
Take hold of?
Yeah, then I'm going to, if you hold that.
Ah, this. Okay. Not the right place. Hello? Let's try.
Quick screen, yeah. Yeah. We can turn it off first. Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise I'll be following you. If you just plug it in and...
Okay. Get the high-end equipment today.
Make it comfortable behind your glasses.
Yeah. All right. Positioned correctly for the...
Yeah, it's like roughly.
Oh my God. Where is everyone? If only Joseph Kowalski stays, we'll have plenty of questions.
Testing, testing. Is everyone hearing me all right?
And heckling.
Okay, that's great. Wow.
Okay, listen, those of you who are spread out, come forward. Be gemütlich. Come forward. Oh, Joseph, you're back. Right. Yeah, come forward. And we'll sit down and listen to Marcus, who I'm told is going to give a different presentation from last night. So, Marcus is from the European Commission, and are you going to talk about AI by any chance?
I am.
Okay.
It's different, but still the same subject, of course.
Okay. Over to Marcus Fotti.
Okay, thank you very much. So I had the pleasure of speaking yesterday, talking about some of the things that we've developed, a little bit of problems with the PowerPoint and so on, but I didn't want to present exactly the same thing, although there are a number of different people in the audience. Nonetheless, I am talking about what DGT, what the European Commission is trying to do in the field of artificial intelligence, and how our translators are adapting, willingly or less so, to the changes that are being imposed on them, or that they're embracing wholeheartedly. Now, I did show this slide just to illustrate, and I think I'd like to stress that again, that with regard to demand, which is what you can see with the orange bars, we are not suffering any drop in demand for translations across the board. Now, that's because we have a legislative requirement, as Martin mentioned yesterday, to translate all of the legislation. There is discussion with member states. Citizens have the right to communicate with us in their own languages, so that is sort of protected by a legal barrier. At the same time, though, if you look at the red line, which is the number of translators, they are constantly dropping. We had agreed in a sort of streamlining of the European institutions to give back a certain amount of posts, as they call it. That is, each year we're supposed to have slightly fewer staff than we had the year before. We've been doing that largely through attrition. That is, as sometimes people change jobs and people retire, which has meant also that we have an aging of our workforce in general, because recruitment is not so high at the moment. There's going to be a recruitment drive, or at least a competition, run by EPSO at the end of the year for 9 languages. But still, we are not recruiting in huge numbers. It's gotten to the point where we feel we're under extreme pressure. We're not able to keep up with demand. And although we're supposed to continue to reduce numbers over the next 3 years still, our management is taking a hardline position in the hopes of being able to negotiate a stop to this at this point. Now, why did this happen? I've been working in machine translation since 2013 with MTADC, as it was called, an internal machine translation system for the European Commission and then for the EU institutions. Because it also received some funding from outside programs, it was also supposed to be open to the outside world within Europe, and it was, mostly to member state public administrations. And we were accused, I don't know if accused is the right word, but the argument would come up that we were sawing off the bridge, the branch that translators were working on. We would go to our translators, suggest to them, and this was a difficult argument to convince everyone with, that we need your translations in order to make better machine translation. This was 10 years ago, and in-house we would get the response that, well, I don't really want to give you translations to make your machine translation better. Now, in DGT, it's a European institution, they're all civil servants, they don't really have the choice, so we did get that data. But I was in Paris 2 weeks ago speaking to a school of specialized translation, a university-level institute that had rebalanced from translation, which was their specialty up until, I think, 5 years ago, into translation plus a specialization, mostly in the management field. And I did have students coming up with the same argument, saying we should not use these systems, we should avoid these systems, in order not to destroy our own livelihood. Since I've faced that argument before, I think you can take that position, but I think it's wholly unrealistic. The progress is going to happen. These systems are going to continue. And we described what our system does. We try to publicize it. We try to go to the outside world. We attract some attention, maybe not to the level of high-level market players. However, we were approached by Politico, for example, and our line at DGT is a very careful line. It's a line that we provide machine translation. We do not see a drop in internal translation, as I just nicely said, in line with DGT policy a few minutes ago. But we provide machine translation to help translators. We provide it to allow things to be translated that were previously not translated. And the article came out. The translators were not happy to see the title. Now, we had vetted the article. When you interview people for the European Commission, there's a whole body of, we get to see the article ahead of time and so on, and we were happy with the article. I'm still happy with the article. Little bit less with the headline that they put up, because this was not what we had been expecting. So of course, internally, there was a lot of some accusations that we had sold out our colleagues. Now, we don't feel that we're doing this. This is not our goal. Our goal is to promote translation, to promote multilingualism, but we also don't feel that you can stop the tools. So, as I described yesterday, we have been going whole hog on trying to produce tools that people can use within the institutions and beyond. The longest lived is e-translation, machine translation system. It followed on from my older one, MTADC, that I mentioned, 2013, started in 2017, neural machine translation. And that's something that we did specifically. You saw that demand for our human translations has not dropped. However, since 2017, when we produced 18 million pages in that year, this year we're heading for 600 million pages of translation. Because there's loads of things, particularly Europa web pages, invitations to tender and so on, that were not all systematically translated. So there we feel we're filling a gap. However, what I want to get onto now is, of course, the AI aspect. Since we worked on e-translation directly with our data, our history of translations, we used transformer models. Transformer models are at the heart of the modern AI that we're seeing. The first tool to go beyond translation, I'm not going to focus on these are a little bit older and a little bit more niche, was e-summary. This is the case that we're often faced with where we would get very, very long incoming documents. It takes a lot of effort just to scroll through them, read them, understand what they're about. So we produced a little summary tool on the basis of what we had for e-translation. And now we're looking outside. So we went to Hugging Face to get a summarization model, which we run internally. It's quite successful, nothing on the scale of machine translation, about 1,000 requests a week, but it streamlines work. Now these are all available on the whole, for the whole of Europe. We are part of the Digital Europe program, which is run by a different Directorate General, DG Connect within the Commission. Their goal is to support the European economy, to support SMEs, try to break these language barriers, which still exist, of course, between all of the countries when you get into commerce and so on. And recently we've been pushing along these lines. Now, this was fully homemade, if you wish, with our own data, meeting our own needs. This we built taking something from the outside world. These, e-briefing and e-reply, are largely front ends for GPT-4o now, which we use through Microsoft Azure under a contract which safeguards security and so on. They're a little bit internally focused, with e-briefing being a tool where you can submit documents, and then you will get the output of a rough briefing of what are all these documents about. It's aimed at higher-ups in the European Commission saying, you will be meeting with so-and-so on this date, the topic will be this, our line has been this, and so on. And e-reply, which concerns incoming correspondence so that the large language model can produce a rough draft of a reply, tell you who you're replying to, whether it's something that is for the Commission. I gave an example yesterday, but I'll give a different example today, which is a letter that I got when I was a translator ages ago from Romania about a gentleman who was very upset because his neighbor had built the fence between their borders, I don't know, 50 centimeters too far onto his side, according to him. He had gone to the local authorities, he had gone to the mayor, he had gone to the national authorities in Romania, and they had all given him the wrong answer, saying, no, we can't do anything about this, you are not correct. And he wrote to us saying, you guys need to fix this. Now, obviously he's very upset. I feel bad for him. But our answer, and this is what this tool would give, our answer was, I'm sorry, but the European Commission is not responsible for local land allocation between municipalities, so we can't do anything. At that time, I translated it from Romanian. It went to the policy officer in charge in order to write the standard reply, came back to us, not to us, to the Romanian department to be translated into Romanian, and then to go to the individual in question. So there's a lot of work involved. We have to, as a democratic institute, we have to reply to these things. You can't just say, yeah, this is a waste of my time. You have to. It's your duty. I don't have any issue with that. But it takes a lot of time. So if you have a system that can read the input, say this is about this problem, the commission has no competence in this area, we suggest a reply could be something like this, you really streamline it, you become efficient. So here we think the LLMs really provide value added. There is a political problem with all of this though. You notice that I think I mentioned Microsoft Azure because that's how we use GPT-4o, American cloud provider, American system. It's not really the goal of the Digital Europe program to pay American commercial providers. So we are constantly on the lookout to try to get away from these things. I'll explain how in a little while. For the moment, I'd like to explain how we go about looking for use cases and tools to develop. So, because we had this experience with e-translation, we set up an internal AI network, which then became the official network for the European Commission, not for AI development. We cannot, as a Director General for Translation, handle all the AI development in the Commission. There's stuff on reporting, there's stuff on shipping lanes, there's stuff on tax agreements, all sorts of things. What we can do is provide a forum for people to communicate about them. And we do quite successfully. We now have almost 3,900 members, or more than 3,900 members, who are sharing their opinions on this matter, and expressing needs. What we've seen with needs is the ones that we fulfilled there, e-summary, e-briefing, and e-reply. Those were things that came up quite quickly and got a lot of support. And then there are another, I think the list is approaching 200, so say another 150 use cases that there's 2 or 3 people each who are like, this is the thing we have to do. So there's a hugely long tail. You have some things that get a lot of support, and then you have something that, according to their proponents, is the most important thing to do, but it really fits niche use cases. And there, it's a struggle to allocate resources and to see what we can pursue. But nonetheless, we're trying to choose and move forward on what we can do. When we explore, it's a matter of building a prototype, experimenting, especially with the prompts, and subsequently, well, putting up an interface to play with it. This is what we call the e-briefing lab. It has various templates for needs that we've seen, has text that you can input, and prompts, and then the output here. These are the templates that we're playing with now. Some will make it, some will not make it. We would like to focus on the outside world. You saw e-briefing, and replying to European citizens is not really, you know, as a commission official, you might get very excited. As an SME, it's not really something that will attract your attention. Here, it's about improving text. It's also because we are language specialists. We want to be language specialists, but also language specialists active in AI. There we go. Come on. So we're accessing a series of models. This is to allow the users to see what they can do, how the different models react. There are more than these, and they change regularly. The one that we use in production right now is GPT-4o, and again, we fall right into the political dilemma of using an American model when there are European models available, and also, of course, other smaller European models available as well, which we do not all make available. Simply because we don't have contracts with them all, we don't have the infrastructure to run everything, and so on. I will mention here that we really do want to support a European LLM. What we're doing is taking our wealth of data, so 25 years of translation, and trying to build, through the Euro HPC program, a European LLM, an institutional LLM. The Euro HPC program makes high-powered computers, supercomputers across Europe, available to anybody who can put together a proper proposal, generally research, universities and so on, for 6 months, a year, depending on your request. We're working on a year-long project that will come to a conclusion in July of 2025. That should produce, we hope, a European LLM based on Mistral, mixture of experts, to be more specific, but augmented with our own data, continued pre-training. The goal there is that we would have a model that we could use, but also that we could open source and make available to others with specialized knowledge in our domain, which is not everything. It will not compete with GPT-4o on general matters, but we hope and expect, come on, let's be honest, we're optimistic, that it will perform capably well on those specific matters at a lower cost and be available for others to run. Okay. So let's get back to how you can explore the tools. The web editing prompt, what it does is try to make information available to the general public. So we have this example of a 21-page communication from the Commission written in our trademark turgid style, which we then change to a 2-page summary. The prompt, and this I think is where we are trying to focus our efforts, the prompt is quite a complex one, because I suppose many of you have played with these tools. A lot of people go on ChatGPT and just, a couple of sentences, hey ChatGPT, write an application letter for me, give me a summary of this, or tell me something about that, and it gives you an answer. But here we're trying to get a specific thing done. So we lay things out, step by step. Okay, first of all, apparently this is an important step for prompt engineering. Give the model a role to play. So skilled content strategist and online writer. For online reading for people with dyslexia and ADHD, talk about spelling, style, plain language, etc. And it gives quite good results, but it takes a lot of work, and the different models work differently. So a single prompt will not give the same sort of results. I mean, similar results, but not the same results for different models. And as the models grow and change, they will change. We need to keep up with the prompts as well. Another version here is for easy-to-read text. So there's one for accessibility that we're working on, should be available by the end of the year, and one for easy-to-read text, which is for people with developmental difficulties. So it's the same direction, text simplification, but the first is more text simplification for somebody who's in a rush and wants to read something quickly. The second is really for somebody who cannot grasp the complex ideas. Okay? So here we specify an easy-to-read format, following the rules given by Inclusion Europe on writing, specify some of the rules, including rights, so that a 5-year-old child can easily understand every word, but do not use childish language. Now, this prompt engineering is something that we've decided to push forward with quite a bit. I showed you that demand for translation is not dropping for DGT, but that's not quite true. It's not dropping for all of the languages, except for English, where it's dropping a lot, because the European Commission works largely in English. If you remember Martin's slide from yesterday, 93%, 95% of internally generated texts are done in English. That 95% is very important. It's legal stuff, it's legal opinions, it's decisions that are being made. They have to have legal value. They need to be translated to an extremely high standard, because all translations have equal legal weight within the European system. Okay, so you can't be sloppy. You can't just do a machine translation to get the general idea for these translations. However, English, translation into English, is usually because member states have replied, incoming letters like my Romanian example, and so on. Those, when you send them for translation, you may have 2 pages, it may take a week, and you know that it's probably not something that's extremely important. So their machine translation has really eaten up demand for translation into English. And we're trying to see what role underworked, that's not fair to say, they'll kill me. The lack of demand, the relative lack of demand for English means we have spare capacity in English-skilled linguists, and we want to find ways to use them effectively. One of the ways that we're trying to do to use them is prompt engineering. We just issued a call for interest to the AI IDC network, but you see, not to the whole AI IDC network, 400 people, 395 others, to see if they will be interested, a couple of them will be interested, in taking on this role. Now, will it work? For many translators, there will be no interest, I'm convinced. But we're looking among 400 people, and we only need a couple. We think that there are some skills that can carry over if you have this interest. And those skills are the attention to detail, the way to look at all of the nuance, to be able to play with it, to adapt it to what you want. Also the nuance of the response provided. Breaking down the question step by step. So we hope that we'll be able to find people. Maybe next year, if you invite me again, I'll be able to tell you whether all the English translators have become prompt engineers or not. But we shall see. Now, there is some enthusiasm. As I mentioned yesterday, we do have general translation traineeships, Blue Book trainees, a lot of people who come to us twice a year, one for every language department, but we now have specific language AI traineeships as well, where you come to us, but you will learn to work with the AI tools that we are developing, and to shape them in the way that they will provide, we hope, the greatest impact. Now, this is my day-to-day work. These are the goals that we have with our projects. I'm really enthusiastic. I think it's fun, actually, first of all. But in addition to that, I think we can do interesting things. Now, I work in a bureaucratic institution. One of the things that we're very proud of is that we were the first to legislate rules for AI use in the world, and we hope to be leaders in that domain. And we've created guidelines for staff. Now, the people making guidelines and the people like me who are practicing don't always have the same goals, and that can be apparent. Now, this is quite good for the rules. Security, only feed in public non-personal information, check results for bias and inaccuracies, watch out for intellectual property rights, and use output as inspiration, not word for word. Now, I have no quarrel with those. I think it makes sense. Make people think about this. Why not? I'm a little less comfortable with the last one, which is your work critical and time sensitive? Don't rely on these tools. So what you're telling me is that as soon as I'm under time pressure and so on, I should not use these tools. There's a sort of undercurrent here in these guidelines which says, don't trust them, it's not as good, we don't want to do it. My personal inclination would be to say, yes, use it, but guidelines 1 to 4, really, you have to watch it. Don't rush something out with mistakes because you say, well, the machine did it. The machine told me to do it, okay? And we're also wrestling very much with security. I've stressed a couple of times that we're using American systems, we're using an American service provider, we're using American models. Now, there are a lot of rules set up in our agreements with these companies. The tools I work with use Microsoft Azure. We also have access to Amazon, AWS, some have access to Google Cloud. OVH is also a candidate. So there are various candidates. We are not bound to Microsoft. And there's a general contract that lays down rules such as data shall not leave Europe, the models shall not lie outside the borders of the EU and so on. But the political question of do we want Europe, do we want to make up the lag that Europe has in this area remains. We do not. That's the whole reason for being behind the Digital Europe program. There's also something else with the new Commission. Don't know if you follow European politics very closely. But I hope that you're aware that there have been parliament elections, and European Commission is now going into a new mandate, same leader, Ursula von der Leyen, different commissioners. One of her flagship projects is to set up AI factories to try to give the research field more resources to work on AI, so to try to make up this lag and this gap. We're part of that through the open sourcing, we're part of that through exploring the tools, and there's the question of the mindset and adapting. As translators, some feel under threat, some feel enthusiastic, some embrace the change, some do not. I started way back in 1999. I had been repeating for a good 10, 15 years the fact that we are worried about machine translation and so on. I decided a couple of years back to talk to some of our trainees about their feeling about machine translation. Because among my colleagues, AI and machine translation are very treacherous tools that if you are not a specialist, you should not even touch them. Talking to the younger people, it didn't even cross their minds. They just said, these are the tools, this is what we do, this is what we will work with, and they adapted. So I would like to be on that side. I think we need to progress. We do need to be careful. We've all got examples of ridiculous mistakes that these AI tools make, but we need to explore them, see where we can go, see what we can do, and I hope that we'll be able to prevent the takeover of our planet by the robots and instead result in a very productive, new, easy-to-use society. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marcus. We do have a little time for some questions, and that's maybe not from Nimsy. But, well, no, I can't be cruel. I can't bear seeing Joseph quivering his lower lip.
Marcus, thank you so much for the introduction to the European Commission's tools and platforms. My question is, actually I have two questions. One of them is, well, there are 24 European official languages. So tools like e-briefing or e-summary using GPT-4o, support doesn't mean supporting on an equal level. How do you see that and what are you doing about it? And my second question, a very different one, is research and development using EuroHPC or whatever it is great. AI factories also sound cool in many ways even. How about dissemination and uptake, especially in the private world?
Okay. So with regard to the language support, that's a big problem. I think everybody in the language industry knows that. This ties into, okay, we're using those models. I described how we're trying to get away from them. With the EuroHPC project, what we're hoping to do with the EU institutional LLM is that the spread of our language resources is quite even. There's a lot more in English, but if you look at the other languages, again, there was a slide yesterday that Martin presented. And what we found in our initial experiments, okay, compared to Llama 2, which was where we played, but when we worked with Croatian and Slovenian, we found that we were adding as much data that only we have because it may contain sensitive data and so on, as was already in the model. So we think we can provide an improvement in that area. There's also what is called a language data space, which is part of the Digital Europe program. There is a goal to collect data, to distribute data in all of the EU languages to try to make these resources available for market players, for anybody, to provide support for smaller languages. So yes, there's a weakness. We're trying to compensate it to the extent we can, because Lithuania will never produce as much output as the United States, just because of the population, or the Anglosphere, but still, to the extent that we can. And the second question was totally unrelated. Okay, so with regard to uptake, we do have this remit to be available to the outside world. The outside world meaning the EU and people active in certain domains. So that is public administrations, that is SMEs, that is European NGOs, that is academia. So you can register. We're walking a fine line, because the fine line is that we're not supposed to be market players, we're not supposed to distort the market. But that remit is there as part of the Digital Europe program. With regard to dissemination, I mean, this is why I'm here today, partly to promote this. This is why we have the Translating Europe workshops. We're not going to do a sort of commercial marketing campaign because of the role that we have. We try to spread the word through these events, through the Connect events, sometimes through publications like the Politico one with the nasty headline. But that's where we are with that. It is possible, given the push to support development in AI, that will push harder, because we have to be strong supporters of the language data space. We do make a portion of our internal data available, which is about 12%. We don't do more, because we cannot disseminate sensitive data, we cannot disseminate personal data. Doesn't mean that 90% of what we hold is sensitive or personal, but it means that with regard to the efforts that we make, we can be Pareto efficient and release the stuff that we know is safe, and the other stuff we would have to analyze in order to release it, and we just haven't had the resources to go through it in that sense.
Okay, we have to call it a close there, right. But thank you so much. Can we show our appreciation?
Thank you.
And if I could invite Julia. Where is Julia? Oh, there she is. So Julia Carasso Ballesteros is going to actually pick up the thread from a couple of talks already. So we had Toby Partington talking about meeting client needs. We had a client, where has he gone? He's gone, Spotify, Mr. Spotify is in the other hall. And now we're going to take up the same story, but from a different perspective. By the way, I see a lot of people furiously writing notes or photographing screens. Don't worry. I've asked all the speakers if they can make their presentations available. So we will get those, and they'll be available from Meet Central Europe after the event. So anything you didn't manage to jot down or photograph, you'll get the slide decks. Okay, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Here. So, welcome everyone, and thanks for joining this presentation on adapting localization strategies to meet the evolving end client needs in the AI era. So first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Julia, and I've been in the localization industry for 11 years. I've had the chance to work both on the LSP side and on the client side. And on both sides, I have seen how partnerships great partnerships to start with, they collapse, they break, and they fall apart. And I have also seen how unlikely suppliers became great partners. So since 2020, I've been working in the localization team at Coupa, currently as a localization program manager. And for those of you who are not familiar with what Coupa does, Coupa software, we help businesses manage how they spend money. So we can say it's like a super budgeting and shopping tool for companies. This presentation, I have divided this presentation in 4 main blocks. So first, I will talk about the AI tools that are transforming our translation management systems and enhancing the overall localization process. Then I will take into account all this AI-powered technology. I will then highlight the expectations from the client perspective. Following that, I will provide some practical approaches for LSPs to navigate the shifting dynamics in the AI era and to meet those expectations. And then I will wrap it up with the takeaways, followed by the Q&A session. So I will focus on the AI tools and innovations that we are using and benefiting from in the localization team at Coupa right now. So the AI assistant in our translation management system, it's an option that our translation management system integrated, and it's in the online editor, so it's right in the environment of the translators as an option just next to it, and it offers assistance with the translations because it provides an elaborated translation, and sometimes it can also give a concise alternative. It prioritizes the top translation memory match, it optimizes it, and it also helps with the character length by controlling it and by clearly also showing the character counts as well. So then another significant advancement is our AI-assisted content checks. So we have developed at Coupa our own generative AI, and we have specific algorithms to read, to identify, and to flag sensitive topics that align with our client policies. And these bias checks not only review already published content, they also integrate seamlessly into our content creation process. So thanks to that, we can maintain compliance and uphold our standards when creating new content. Actually, we have a recent example because those assisted bias checks, they not only check the source text, but sometimes they can also check the target content. So for our platform, one of our solutions is sourcing, and we saw how you can select different vendors that you want for your suppliers that you need in your company for some certain material or certain service. And then you can filter in English, you can filter diversity companies, companies that are for LGBT, that they have females in the management board, etc. And when we localize that solution, sourcing in Arab, for example, and we passed the content which include diversity teams or prioritize diversity companies, the AI-assisted content check flagged that it was illegal in some Arab countries to have LGBT groups, for example, because it's illegal. So we had to take it out of our product. So it is really working for us. Next, another tool is the AI agents, also known as small AI, weak AI, narrow AI. And in the last conferences, and we talked a lot about AI agent, that concept was brought up a lot. So we are currently using these three: AI-assisted back translation, AI-assisted translation memory cleanup, and also translation suggestions. Those three have led to substantial improvements in our localization processes. So a little bit more, I think the first two are self-explanatory, cleanup and back translation. The last one, it's following, it is falling. So the last one, it's falling. So it takes previous translations and it provides alternative or improvements based on the context, and it helps translators make better decisions. One of my favorite tools that we use, thank you. Yep.
Just talk amongst yourselves for
Yeah,
a moment.
yeah, I'll just talk like this. Yeah, I'll do it like this. It's fine?
You can talk.
Oh.
You can use it.
Yeah, like this. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so AI in audiovisual. We are also using AI-powered tools to automatically create captions and subtitles, and even the localization of those subtitles and captions for some videos, for some internal videos, for example, for internal trainings, we are using those. And it has led as well to an improvement, a substantial improvement in the speed of the localization for multimedia content. We are also, this is my favorite, voice cloning, because I've seen myself speak fluent Polish playing with this tool. It creates a replica capturing nuances such as pitch, tone, and speech style of the voice of the source video that we are given. And of course, we need to be very careful with this because there are privacy policies and privacy laws, so we need the consentment of the person whose voice we're going to clone, and they need to know the exact use of the video. And then, so text-to-speech synthesis. So this is a feature that converts written content into spoken words. So we don't even need to have someone in sales recording a demo. We have their script, and we can create a synthetic voice, and that sounds natural and human-like. Not in all languages, but it's on its way. So these advancements obviously influence our expectations as clients. When I ask the localization team at Coupa, so give me expectations, give me requirements, give me your wish list, because I'm going to present here. I got a lot of content that we had a brainstorming session that gave me a lot of content for the following section of this presentation, strategies. And I wanted to lead them, to tell them, let's go back to the basic. Let's go back to those three main variables that we're always thinking and we always have in mind. And I loved when Tommaso this morning, he also put priorities, and it was the first three. So it's like we are aligned, the clients, we are aligned, even without directly talking. So these are money, time, and quality. So we expect with the AI solutions that are cost-effective, we obviously expect saving a lot of time, and we expect good quality. So doing a diagram to have a look at one side, from 0 being no expectation to 10 being a lot of expectation, we had this diagram where the whole team was happy about it. So cost effectiveness is a big expectation from the client side when it comes to AI tools. Same for speed, like 9 out of 10. A lot of speed, we've seen it and we expect it. And then pretty good quality. So it's not perfect, but it's pretty good quality. So, yep. Then we're moving on to the third block of this presentation, some practical approaches for language service partners, taking into account our expectations and all the brainstorming session that I had with the team. Proactive communication. So when everyone is offering AI tools, how do you stand out from the crowd? Actively listening to the client needs and to see if you can offer your tool, if it's suitable for them, or maybe part of your tool, or if your tool can adapt to their needs, or it can be adapted to their tool that the client already has. So proactively communicating and honestly communicating as well from the beginning of a project that you're doing with the client till the very end. You can lay out, for example, the steps of your process. Because we bought your tool or the TMS or some AI agent doesn't mean that we want to go straight away with your process. So if you lay out the step of the process and we had the conversation, maybe you can see that we have our internal reviewers that we want to include in the process. Or we have our SMEs, our subject matter experts, and we want them to have a final approval before that content goes published. So always have a proactive communication and do not wait to find on the go once you are in the middle of the project. Those conversations need to happen before. Also, simple, basic things that a lot of us forget. Obviously, provide deadlines. Do not wait to be followed up to provide those deadlines, and inform the client if you see that's going to be a delay. Do not wait for the day before the delivery or the delivery to say, here are all the languages, but French needs a little bit more time. No. So those are caring, those are human touches that with all this AI technology era, we are forgetting. And all these examples, they work for us, but then we thought, we need to tell them, establish the type of communication you want with the client, and even the channel. Some clients prefer email, some clients prefer Messenger, Slacks, internal channels, or calls. And also, do they want to be informed every so often like we do? If it's a long project over 3 or 4 weeks, we want to know every week maybe an informative email to say the deadline still applies, instead of us having to follow up. Is the deadline still okay because it's in 2 months' time? So those details, establish them at the very beginning, proactively. Transparency in tools and processes. So as easy as it may seem, it takes a lot of effort when you are presenting your tool to the client, not to sell the tool, but to present it with the pros and cons. We want to know the limitations of the tool. We want to know the technology behind it, so we can align our expectations on quality or speed accordingly to what it can do or it cannot do. We don't want to find ourselves in a 1-year contract finding out all the limitations that were not transparently communicated. So bring your IT teams if necessary. Be transparent about your teams, and you're opening then the path for the client to be transparent as well. Any good partnership is a good give and take. So we will also bring our localization engineers, our team, so that you know how it's structured. Another aspect I wanted to mention about transparency is that we are lately seeing a lot from the client side, that we want to avoid that partner locked-in approach. So we don't want to be tied to one LSP and their technology. Some LSPs try to sell us their environment, and in a moment, and at a moment where everything is changing, and there is more and more this mindset of, I don't want to be tied to one LSP or to any LSP, because what happens if I choose wrong? So giving the clients transparency, offering tools that adapt to the ones they already have, is a really good way to approach the client. This is where, for example, the AI agent comes into place, because there are features that we can add to our TMS, and you can become a really good partner for that. Feedback-based growth. So continuous improvement based on feedback. Ask for feedback. Try different channels. Yeah, this one, it's an interesting one because I remember working as the LSP. Of course, you ask for feedback to the client, but they never answer. So try to find the channel that the client will connect with you. And of course, act on that feedback so that we see the results or show tangible results. So we are working with one LSP that they used to send us an email for feedback, and they didn't receive a lot of feedback from us after long projects or big projects, because you know the emails get lost or you don't have time. And so they decided in our bi-weekly meeting to set a 10-minute section for post-mortem. So it was called post-mortem section. And we didn't use it unless there was a big project and it was finished. At the beginning of the week, they would say, this Wednesday in the bi-weekly meeting, we're going to ask you about this and this project. And it was perfect, because it's time we already scheduled in our timetable, and it's there, and it's talking, which is easier for us, so it really worked very well. And now we are seeing a lot of improvement, which keeps us giving feedback. So it's, at the end, is all a circle. Find your channel with the right channel with the client. We have another LSP that for which we were using their TMS, their translation management system, and it was the other way around. We provided too much feedback. So we were writing to them a lot of emails, and they were tired of receiving a lot of emails from us. So they decided to create a project in Asana. I don't know if you know what Asana is, like a Trello or Mondays. It's like a digital to-do list for your project. It helps teams to organize and manage projects. So they created a section for us where we could add our feedback and we could give priority. This is a blocker. This is a nice to have. This is a medium-term thing I would like to see in your TMS. And then on our monthly calls, they would also, we would talk about it, if it's really a blocker or not. And in the other sections of the project, we could see the deadline of when our feedback was going to be implemented. And this gave us a clear roadmap of their implementation. We felt like a partner with them because we were helping them to improve in the evolution of their TMS. So we really felt heard as client. So that was another approach. Do not ask for feedback if you're not really going to act on it. And if you are, let me know the results, or let me know how, let me know a deadline, and definitely then you will get feedback from the client. Offer tailored training for the client teams. So you want us to work with your AI tool and your app or your translation management system. Make sure that you understand not just our needs, but also how the internal localization team is structured. Because once you know who is going to use your tool and how, then you can specify, you can target different trainings for different people. We may have internal resources for which we only want translator access. We have management in the localization team, and we want manager access. We want the localization engineers to have full access. So you need to understand, and instead of leading us to the typical documentation of your tool or the typical video demo, try to understand our needs, our structure, and have those conversations with us. And at the end of the day, it's caring instead of just, moving with the flow and fast. Like this caring is, for example, one of the factors that drove us apart with one of the suppliers for which we were working with their TMS, and they always led us to their documentation page when our questions were more specific than that. And we're very happy with our current partner for TMS because they do take the time. Sometimes we have 5 language managers for our 5 main markets that are internal, And they sit with one of them, they do a walkthrough with the tool to understand how they're using it, then they prepare a tailored training for all the language managers. So that's a huge difference with the one before. That would be a very good approach. Collaboration versus sales. So adopt a partnership approach. As I mentioned in the feedback-based growth, inviting the client to participate in the development of your tool by gathering their feedback, it's going to make your partnership stronger because we feel part of your development. And try not to sell the tool, and try not to sell in general, but to collaborate, to act as an extended part of our team. I can think of now two vendors that we have, two partners that we have, and the project managers are really like an extended part of my team. Every time I go on holiday, I connect them with the internal stakeholders, and I tell the internal stakeholders to connect with them if they have questions. They will deliver for me. They will do anything, everything, because they really act as an extended part of our team. It's easier for us to present you as an extended part of our team. I call them our localization task force, instead of an external partner. It's easier to present you to the rest of the colleagues of the company, the other departments. And also, disagree but commit. So this is an idea we want to express from the localization team. Even if you don't like the idea, if we don't find anything better and we both agree that we're going to go for it, then we expect you to go full on that solution. And if we see you sabotaging it, or if we hear I told you so when it didn't really work at the end, we will be moving away. Like, who wants a partner with that attitude? So both LSPs and clients need to understand the relationship that they are in. So if I am paying a lot of money, if I'm spending a lot of money, I will expect some things for free or a lot of proactivity. And so we expect a treatment according to what we pay, and we need to be honest and transparent about this as well. Another concept I wanted to mention is unspoken service level agreements, unspoken SLAs. So most of us, if not all, we have SLAs in place where we set up deadlines 90% on time, or answer within 24 hours, or a quote within 48 hours, and if they are broken, then there are some penalties. But beyond that, what we really need is an unspoken understanding. Things like, I expect that if something goes wrong, you will tell me. I expect that if something is going to be delayed, you won't wait until you know it will be resolved to tell me. You will tell me from the beginning, tell me you are sorting it out, but you will not wait. Or don't lie to me, and vice versa. Things like that, unspoken agreements that we are expecting as well. One of the best ways to avoid unpleasant surprises is, for example, setting up regular calls. I also heard Tommaso mentioning this. They have regular calls with their LSPs. We also do set up calls, set up meetings, stand-ups, maybe weekly stand-ups, like 15, 20 minutes, with whoever is going to be your project manager within the localization team or within the LSP, and this avoids a lot of trouble afterwards. So these are the approaches, and I need to click several times. There you go. So let me move on to the takeaways. Interpersonal skills and transparency will continue to be key in navigating AI. Ask for feedback, and of course, act on feedback. And stay flexible with the mindset and the tools, because AI will continue to change, and nothing will probably be the same within 12 to 24 months. Thank you, everyone.
Now, we love you, Julia. You've brought us right back onto target. This is a very good project management type exercise. We've got 5 minutes for questions. Any NIMSY questions? I might as well just... Oh. Anyone like to ask a question? They're all sort of putting their hands up in the NIMSY corner, and even in the back. Who would like to? I'm going to go to the back. We know you are. He'll be speaking tomorrow. Make sure you ask him lots of penetrating questions. Come on, get us good.
Thank you very much for this, Julia. It's been very enlightening, and I really love the aspect of the...
Wait, I didn't hear very
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so it's been very enlightening, and I really love the fact that you pointed out transparency as the main thing. But I found like this is not so much a question, but more like something to raise, which is relating to the unspoken SLAs that you talked about as well. And I think that that's great, that you should have an understanding. The only thing is that I think it should be spoken. Because of the, like if you go down on the supply chain, there are other people and they are only going to have like, you know, briefings and instructions in systems rather than like weekly follow-ups. And this is, I think, where a lot of that for the supply chain can disappear. Okay. So I just thought I would make
Yeah, so I agree to some extent. Of course, I agree we are in an international environment where different cultures and different mindsets, we all sit at a table, so communication is key. But for example, one of the examples I said is don't lie to me. That doesn't need to really be, I don't know, to sit to an LSP like, are you gonna lie to me? I'm not gonna. So there are things, but I agree as well. So everything that can be clarified, it's better. It's from the very beginning. This proactive communication is key. I optimized a little bit the time, but I had an example with a long project with an LSP, and they assumed loads of things. So there was not this proactive communication, as you said, spoken LSP, even if it's not written, but spoken one. And then problems came, and the project ended up being 3.5 months instead of 6 weeks because of all the non-spoken and not proactive communication. So I do agree with you. The more is spoken, the better. And transparency, as I said, let us know the limitations of the tool, of the processes, of your teams in August, because France closes for August. Anything, transparency. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, if we don't have any more questions, oh, Joseph, you couldn't resist it. I love it. I should give you a microphone.
Julia, great presentation. It was a great advice not to try to sell, but to be a partner. How do we do that? How do we come and speak to you? How do we, as a translation vendor, make sure that we're visible enough and so that we're not pitching, but you see how different we are?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, try not to sell, but to collaborate. So first, to sell, so to communicate, I think the best technique is to listen first. So see what my needs are, like listen and know what the needs are of the client, and then see how you can collaborate with the client, maybe not selling your most expensive tool or the full thing, but okay, we have this on our solution, not the whole solution. This, I think this could really work for you. It has these limitations, we are working on this, and it can help you to do that. So it's basically authenticity, honest conversations, not to say, I have the best tool for you for that, which you could present it like that, but it has limitations as well. This is the technology we rely on, and this technology is evolving by this and this and that. So it's selling. It's as I mentioned, it's you give the full picture, not just the best of the best. Because if someone comes to me with the best of the best and just everything is good, I don't really trust everything is good. We don't see for now a solution that is 100% perfect. So coming with authenticity, it's the best way to sell.
Okay, thank you so much. I wonder whether our technicians could just put that QR code back up on the screen. There it is. Don't forget the next session. Go to Slido, click on, scan that, ask your most difficult question. Why is Nimsy at every event? That's one jumping to my mind. And this is going to be moderated by this man here. It's the Hot Chip Challenge. Get your questions in. And who's going to be on your panel? Just tell us quickly who's going to be handling these questions.
Well, this is the content committee for members of the content committee for MCE. So this is kind of the audience strikes back kind of session. Sorry?
They've all gone home.
No, they haven't, and even the ones that had to leave promised to come back. Please think of difficult questions and ask some more. It will be worth it.
Remember, we don't have a crystal ball exactly, so don't ask us what's going to happen in 5 years. We can just make assumptions. We can take that, but think deeply, more specific questions maybe.
Okay, until that time, please, where's she gone? She's done a disappearing act. There she is, there she is. Can you please put your hands together for Julie? I've heard of transparency when you just disappear. That's great. Go and get some coffee. We're in Europe. Get coffee now. Otherwise, everyone disintegrates.
don't want to chair.
What are the biggest concerns? Like, I think it was worded like what keeps them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Igen, most valószínűleg ha nem, akkor oda jön értük a chat. Oké.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hello? Hi. How many do we have? We'll have 4 people in the panel.
Well, it's two enough? Two is enough, or do we want? Because if I can get one, that's nice, because
So
then I can move.
Three
I don't
here
have to.
and 1 here.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
Just like the third one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Then one for here, then those 2 they can share the one. No?
There's like one spare one.
Yeah, but that if I use that, I can move around. I'm going
Or
to
you could
moderate.
even have the one that.
I don't want that. I'm sorry. If there's something I don't like, is those
Yeah,
wearable mics.
This it's gonna be still the same.
Yeah, it stays
So
the
you're
same.
not gonna be
we will,
using
we
this
will
one,
uh,
You're not gonna
probably
be-
at the end
Lady,
we
lady.
should put up the.
But that's from the lady.
From the lady, and how do we switch?
You tell us. You are sitting upstairs and.
Okay, so I just give you a
You
cue
ask
that let's
exactly.
switch to the Slido screen,
Yes,
please,
yes,
and
that's
then
it.
you do
That's
that.
it. Exactly.
Nice. Okay, thanks. Thank you. We still have one. not. 4 chairs? 4 chairs. I'm gonna be standing. I'm not asking. Yeah, and I'm going to call you to the stage. Sir?
No, take one chair for Balazs because he was the opposite part.
Yeah, but if I could sit here and I would be invisible behind this thing. So just
The one weird thing is that this panel is actually blocking the view.
from that side. That side. Yes.
Boys, you have to move it. It won't be a problem.
Don't touch it. We just got a good one. So, Jeffrey, I will need that mic after you introduce.
No. You don't look like Madonna. Yeah.
Jada, will your neck be okay? Because if you answer like answering the question.
Okay. I'm just checking the stage. Have we got a fire extinguisher here? Do we have a fire extinguisher? Because I think we have some burning questions which Balazs is going to moderate. And these are questions you've been posing on the app, I hope. So over to Balazs. Give him a round of applause, please. He needs a lot of encouragement.
Thank you, Jeffrey. So this is the time to strike back from the audience. What will happen is I will take questions, read questions from what there is in Slido, and let the esteemed members of the content committee here answer them. And I'm not going to direct the questions, so everybody can pick a question that they want to answer. Here you have Jada, Miklós, Marina, and Laszlo. Give them a round of applause, please. And before we launch into it, let's set some ground rules. So the main thing is that it ain't over till it's over, which means that you can still ask questions, and you can still upvote questions right until the end. And we are going on till 5 o'clock almost. And at the end, the person who asked the most upvoted question will get a prize. I'm not telling you what the prize is. We have a nice prize. And so you can, the QR code stays up, but I really hope that you already have the Slido app on your phones. This is also, this is something that we keep saying to ourselves. This conference is centered on vendor management, so I would not necessarily ask the most upvoted question or the next question in the order. I'm going to choose the ones that are more specific to vendor management. It's also, we in the committee had a meeting and a dinner and a nice conversation last night, and we came up with 5 more questions, which will also be asked. That's pretty much it. So go ahead, ask questions, upvote them, and before we launch into it, we had this conversation, like I said, last night, and we have a question to the audience, just to warm up. And the question is, what keeps vendor managers up at night? Just 1-word, 2-word answers, shout it in. Really, yell. What keeps you up at night if you're a vendor? If not, you can still yell. Finance. What else? Kids. Yeah. Sounds realistic. What else? You come again? Deadlines, yeah, deadlines are good. Anything else? Quality keeps them up at night. Nice. We could go into details, but I'm deliberately not doing that. All right. Then let's get into this. And this thing keeps changing the order quite naturally, but you started upvoting the questions, which is nice. I will start from the top and move downwards. There are some nice committee questions that have already been upvoted, but I'm going to ask the top question first, which is, we believe it's borderline vendor management, so it has a place here. So, dearest committee, is downsizing for language teams, LSPs, buyer-side inevitable? If it is it temporary? How can you structure it? Anyone wants to take? Is it inevitable to downsize language teams?
Can I maybe have a follow-up question to this question? Do we mean language teams as in-house linguists?
It looks to me, because I'm not the asker of the question, the original asker can also clarify, but it says LSPs, where I would say language teams could be also the freelance translators, and he also means buyer side, which could mean the internal linguists. So I think the question applies to both.
I can take this a little bit. If the asker means internal linguists.
Okay, so
no.
the asker is saying no. Ishvan, can you? Okay, so in-house team at LSPs or in localization departments on the client side? Okay, thanks.
Whatever the role.
Yeah, language teams, so that's pretty much everybody, yep.
I'm not entirely certain that I totally agree with your view of the situation. I'm not sure that all internal language teams are being downsized at the moment. Let me take an LSP perspective, and then maybe some other colleagues can take the buy-side perspective. So basically, what I see is a bit of a shift. There was, in the past few years, yes, a lot of language teams, and especially internal linguist teams, were being downsized on the provider side, for sure. What I can see now is where you used to see internal translators who were hired because they were able to churn out many, many words of the same of the same kinds of translations, and it made sense for several reasons to actually hire translators who were just basically, as in a factory, were delivering translation 8 hours a day, and those teams did downsize, true, but what I see these days is that these roles are shifting, and the people who used to, deliver 3,000 words a day of translation, 8 hours a day at the office, are now doing all kinds of different language-related work, which could be from traditional review or QA all the way down to all the topics that were discussed today relating to AI and the like. So I would say that in terms of internal linguist teams, I would see a serious shifts, and much of that work is of the nature, similarly to some of the internal translation work, which is well kept in-house in many cases, rather than just outsourced to a pool of externals.
Look at Marina disagreeing, clearly disagreeing. I disagree too, but you go first.
Does that work? I completely disagree with the question, just like you. Because I think that what I foresee for the future, and maybe I'm too bold here making a prediction, But my prediction from AI point of view, since I'm all into AI nowadays, is that actually the service portfolio of LSPs will have to increase because there's going to be a demand for new types of services that require linguists. And LSPs are the intermediator between buyers and the linguists, right? As Tommaso mentioned this morning, no big buyer is crazy to go directly to freelancers. This is unmanageable. So we need the LSPs to do that for us, right? To be between, to manage the contact with the linguists. And since there will be lots of new services required, and we'll probably get to them later during this panel, there will be need for linguists and maybe even more linguists than we have right now. So I'm really optimistic about the future, and I definitely don't think that SLVs are gonna downsize.
I have a bit of a different take. Maybe I think that might be affected from the size of the realities we work at. I think some sort of LSP work, especially SLVs, depending on MLVs, I don't see that very optimistically, but it's a matter of changing your priorities and perspectives and saying where your company is going and maybe retargeting, refocusing a bit. One thing that stays, I guess, is that customers, the main thing that customers are buying from LSPs is project management and vendor management, right? So that's somehow independent from the service you are delivering. So if you're changing your portfolio, that part, I don't see that changing too much. Perhaps there will be a change in other roles, like fewer in-house linguists as we traditionally imagine them, but maybe in, I don't know, 2 years, we're all gonna need 3 developers on board or whatever, 3 changing linguists for computational linguists, or the historical question of upskilling linguists. But I don't know if that's necessarily downsizing. Sorry, people, I feel like I need to look at either them or you.
As long as you speak into the mic,
It's
it's fine.
a bit of a not nice position.
Okay, so I will also chime in, and not necessarily on the buyer side first. I tend to agree with what Jada just said, which is there is a type of work which is the traditional bread and butter of many single language or regional language vendors, which is it's human translation sold to the multilingual vendors who work with enterprise clients. That work is significantly challenged, and not just because of AI, it has been being challenged over the past years. And the upside of that is the reason why MLVs are changing their supply chain is because there is work that demands that change. Yes, there is also cost pressure. Yes, there is also technology to support that. At the same time, when clients choose vendors, then, and this is where I fully agree with Jada, when clients choose vendors, then they primarily look for 2 things. One of them is to reduce the complexity when it comes to technology, workflows, and linguist supply chain, regardless if it's linguist or just whatever language talent, a voice actor, for example. And the second thing is a peace of mind. Very similarly how Tommaso mentioned this morning, language is typically not the core competence, not the core business of almost any organization. There are a few where this is really important, and that includes actually some of the big tech companies as well. Let's face it, those companies like the Metas and the Microsofts and the Googles who work across all the different regions and countries, and they have to have their products and solutions and services present on those markets and communicate with the community. And they primarily work with consumers in that sense. They have vast amounts of localization work that could not be done purely by humans. And not just because of budget reasons, but because of the sheer volume as well. So even if Microsoft put their hands up and say, I want all my stuff translated, I'm not sure if the industry as such would be able to do that work. So technology is actually helping in many ways to bridge that gap. But that doesn't necessarily mean that teams will not be downsizing. It does mean that some of those roles are changing. It's true. Project management and to a certain degree vendor management, they will not change for the foreseeable future. And actually, if you think about it, downsizing means very often more outsourcing. For all those vendor managers in here, great news, you have more work. Yeah? You're going to be more in demand than ever before. Here's the bad news, you're not going to be doing the same work. Just like I think, Marina, you have vast experience in this, as well as some frustrations in finding different kinds of language talent. It's no longer I'm looking for a translator in a certain country where in-country linguists are traditionally the go-to people to do the translation work. It's going to be a lot more. You're going to be looking for people who currently don't exist in the market. They're not there ripe on the trees, ready for picking. They're going to be the individuals who are willing and want to work. They are scarce. There are few of them. You will be fighting for them in competition with all the other language service providers. Ultimately, this is a global and, in many ways, a virtual industry. And you're going to have to be working very closely with the rest of, as a vendor manager, with the rest of your organization to create the brand awareness, not just towards the client, as sales and marketing does it now, but also towards your supply chain.
Just a quick word, because I really agree with you, and just a quick word to vendor managers. I think Jed is right, and we all know this. There's a tendency that SLVing for multi-language vendors is on the decline, but translation companies historically have proven that they're quite adaptable organizations. And what I see in the marketplace is not only a shift from trying to work for MLVs to trying to work for direct customers. I think this trend goes hand in hand with moving out of being a single language vendor and becoming more, let's say, a regional vendor, let's say handling a handful of languages, all the way up to becoming real multi-language vendors. And that means that vendor management will have a much more significant role in those organizations.
Thank you very much. Actually, this is the sign of a good question where a long answer can be given and all members of all panelists feel compelled to actually chime in or give an answer. And also to clarify, when we award the prize, it's not a factor whether or not the members of the panelists agreed with the question or not. So if it gets voted, if both panelists don't agree with the premise of the question, the prize will still be awarded.
Balázs, if you don't mind, I think a few words about the buyer side teams is also
okay.
Meaningful. In our experience, when we at Nimdzi, we work with our enterprise clients, what we see is they are under significant pressure from their C-level executives to say, also as Tommaso and others already mentioned today, this AI seemingly can do so many things. Why do I, as a CEO or COO, why am I paying all this money for language services? Why do I have such a big team? Why do I have all this tech stack? I can just go to OpenAI. I can go to Google and get it done. And I think it was also Tommaso who mentioned, well, it must have been, who said, well, it becomes a different conversation that language teams need to have internally to keep proving their value. One of the ways they do this is they experiment with switching languages off in an interface. We heard various stories of this. It gets quite funny here and there. Sometimes it's a sad story. What happens is they simply say, okay, so why don't we switch off Italian localization in our iPhone application? And then immediately the feedback comes back from the users, what have you done? Give me back my app. Give it to me in Italian as it used to be. What's wrong with you? There's an immediate impact on the brand. And that's the key differentiator, which is whenever the content is actually mission critical, then the human involvement is critical, and the governance of the language teams on the buyer side equally so. The problem that the language teams face is that this is really a tough concept to explain to the C-level. Where's the line? Just like with a fit for purpose or good enough quality. Where's the line where you define this kind of content is good enough raw MT, actually that content, leave it in English, whatever. That's the baseline. Next one is just raw MT, and the next one is whatever it gets a little bit post-edited, maybe automatically post-edited, right? It's possible nowadays by now. Or what is it that really needs to go through literally a human-in-the-loop workflow? Those are not conversations that C-level executives are happy to have because they don't have the understanding, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the data, they don't have the feedback from the users. And this is where vendors actually, language service providers, they're instrumental to their buyer-side partners with their supply chain who have that cultural awareness, who have that ability to mimic buyer behavior or customer behavior in their own markets and translate that back into actionable insights to the language teams that can take this back to their decision makers. Does it mean that everything is fine and happy and these conversations are going to end positively? Well, no, we've also seen examples where teams were essentially downsized to one person on the language program side, on the buyer side. But that's only because all the rest of the roles were outsourced to the language service provider. It's not that those jobs disappeared. It's just, again, it's a matter of insourcing or outsourcing. Literally what happens in these cases is 1, 2, maybe 3 vendors get all the work from inside the language team. Would that be stakeholder management, internal education and training, and everything around managing workflows, around engineering and process improvement and all of that, which don't immediately look like translation kind of related work. It isn't. But let's immediately go back to the fact that what language service providers actually provide to their clients is not the translation work. That's what the translators provide, or the machine, depending on which one you use. What the language service providers do is they help reduce the complexity, the ease of mind, to help make the right decisions along the way to whatever it is, business growth, customer engagement, new market entrance.
Thank you. I think we need to go on. There's a distinct group of questions that are centered around AI replacing various team members or even LSPs. And we agreed that we will group these questions together. And also, because we have other questions from the committee, from others, I won't ask 2 of such questions back to back. But I will actually group 2 questions together now. One of them is at the top of the list at the moment. Volodymyr is asking, which members of an LSP team are most easy to replace with AI? Translators, PMs, accountants, sales. And I would like to group this together with another question, which is at the 3rd place in the list. How does the appearance of AI-related services affect LSP's linguists' cost ratio? I think the 2 questions are related, if not very closely, but I think they can be answered together, so I would welcome the panelists' take on this.
Since there's AI, I feel like I should jump in. But I'm actually going to answer them separately because I'm taking them probably very literally, but here's my take on that. The first question about who in an SLP is best replaced by an AI sounds to me a bit like asking which employees of a hospital would it be easiest to replace by AI? Doctors, nurses, ambulance drivers, and so on. Because the premise is that you can really replace one of those, and the answer is not fully. But if we twist the question and ask, out of these professions, which ones can AI, generative AI, and specifically large language models exercise best with least risk and negative impact? The answer is clearly translators. Because, yeah, I know, I hope I won't be lynched by saying that, yeah, but translators. And the reason is that generative AI, large language models, GPT, this is technology that is language-based. It's not making decisions like project managers. It cannot manipulate numbers. GPT cannot count at all, like an accountant. What those models do is they operate with language, they transform language, and because this is closest to the translator's work, translators are the ones whose work can be mimicked by AI most successfully. But that doesn't mean they have to be necessarily replaced, but their work can be performed by AI with least risk. Okay. And the second question is about the cost. Well, I have probably not so good news here, and it goes as follows. As you probably noticed, there is a very strong trend in the industry for companies developing technology to post-edit machine translation using a large language model. So there are already numerous solutions on the market where we have neural machine translation. I know, I hope I'm gonna survive that. You know? I'll probably jump on the train right after that so that I save my skin. Yeah, but I'm honest with you, really. That's what I think and that's what's happening, and we cannot close our eyes. So there's a lot of technology being developed by multiple providers simultaneously, which goes as follows. You take your source language, source segment, you run it through neural machine translation, and then instead of sending it to a translator or for post-editing, like to a linguist for post-editing, you first send it to a large language model for post-editing, improving the fluency, the flow, whatever, like LLM-PE as they call it, and only then you send it to a human linguist to check the post-editing result performed by a large language model, by AI on neural machine translation. And of course, the reason for that is cost saving, because the idea is that the rate for checking LLM-PE output is going to be lower than the rate for human MTPE. So in this respect, the impact on the cost is going to be, well, lower rates for that type of work. Okay? But on the other hand, since I'm a positive person, irreparably so, I do think that there's going to be services that are going to be needed from linguists that will be paid more. Those that require AI expertise, prompt engineering, for example, is going to be expensive.
I just, because Balázs is being very strict here and he doesn't want another question about how AI is going to kill us all. But I would not want to let go of one particular question that we actually discussed last night, and I think it was raised by you, Marina. And I'm really interested, and I would love to have your input on that, because it's related to vendor management. You're asking, what do you do with those translators who become, you know, hyper fast and hyper productive because they use GPT or large language models, and who are taking the volumes. You can take it as a zero-sum game, so the volume that they take away from the volume that is making all the other translators getting less work, and this puts the vendor manager in a very precious place, really, because you know, it's in a way, it's a professional question. In a way, it's an ethical question. In a way, I mean, it's a very multifaceted question, and I've been thinking about it ever since. And I'd really like to have your take on that before we're moving away this entire AI question, because this cuts into what vendor managers do day by day.
I'll take it.
Yes, please, because that was
I
my
also wanted
question,
to
so
take
I
the
have
last
nothing.
one from, like, the second one from earlier, so how AI is affecting the cost ratio. Because I, of course, agree with what you said, basically. I'm just thinking that we need to consider it as a tool, right? Even in the scenario you're giving, unless we were imagining it as in there's no human in the loop anymore, in which case the cost ratio is 0, basically. That's not a problem to be put in those terms. But if we think of it as a tool, is that going to affect productivity? Yes. And in the end, what we pay translators or linguists or contributors for is their time. So what about the hourly cost of the people? In the end, will they earn more per hour because the tools are so good that that's making them very efficient? Will we completely change the pricing model and move away from the word price and move to something else? Or are this project going to give the LSPs such a high margin then the LSPs can actually afford paying better rates to the people who are working on those projects, simply because the technology is cutting significantly the effort on the LSP side? I don't know, and those are just question I'm throwing.
Me? I'll quickly chime on in the linguist's cost ratio question. I'm not sure if I understand it correctly, but I think the question says, out of an LSP's revenue, how much will be the linguist cost with the appearance of AI-related services compared to where it is without AI-related services? My take on that is that there's zero change. That has been so with human translation transitioning into machine translation post-editing. Margins of language service providers reported across the board seem to be fairly stable, which this very simple indication is, that's a very simple indication of the vendor costs, or the vendor share from the revenue is essentially the same. The revenue may be lower, or the per word cost may be lower, but that's also because the per word pricing to the client is also lower. Except for those few who perhaps have or have had the opportunity to keep those savings to themselves, but because of the competitive situation that is out there on the market, it's really hard to maintain a long-term internal savings for an LSP from, you know, paying MTP rates to a translator, but full translation rate gets invoiced to the client. Essentially, since margins are stable and the vendor costs are the biggest cost item in any LSP's books, that's basically undoubted, I would ascertain that that cost ratio has not changed with the introduction of machine translation and post-editing, and it's not likely to be changing moving further with other AI-related services as well. But I want to talk a little bit about what Jada said, the hourly rates and all of that. I think that many vendor managers or business owners, project managers who are here, you're aware of the fact that you are paying typically words to your linguists who work on translation-related tasks. But where do those word rates come from? Right? The key thing that we all need to observe is that what you're actually paying is exactly the time of the translator, a very small chunk of it, a word's worth of chunk of an hour. That keeps changing, of course, but essentially is the same thing. For every new word, you want to pay to the translator the rate that the translator is willing to accept to work for per hour, because they count with, I want to work 4 hours or 8 hours or 12 hours a day. That's individual choice, 10 to 30 days a month. That's how translators make their choice. And they want to make a living out of that, and from that they define their hourly rate, from which they say, my productivity is X. This is the word rate that I would expect with that. Productivities change because of AI-related tools per word, but the hourly rates don't. And actually, even with inflation, they're only going up. So the per hour rates don't necessarily change. If ever, they may go up, they may go down, depending on how many translators there are on the market, how accessible that market is to the individual LSPs. Not even talking about that, and you probably all know this, working in different countries, is that if you're a Hungarian LSP, you probably get very different word rates or hourly rates, say in India, than an Indian LSP, right? So there's competition between LSPs or among LSPs, but it's a very different competition between local and non-local LSPs, right? And the key challenge for the vendor managers is, can I still find that local market where I get the best possible translators for the best possible rate? And there's no compromise in there. It's just say, can I compete with that, say, the Indian LSP for my Tamil, Hindi, or Urdu translator? At this point of time, no, but as soon as you get a vendor manager in India, probably yes. Those are strategies that you can consider. Oh, should I also speak to the which LSP team members are easiest to replace? None of them are easy to replace.
No, talk about hyper-productivity. That's much more interesting.
Okay.
Yes, actually.
But it relates to productivity. The key thing to observe which LSP team members are easiest to replace, none of them. Their tasks, some of them may be easy to replace or not. And I would pick the accountants because most of their tasks are repetitive and even to a certain extent rule-based. Correct, but that also can be wired into an AI to a certain degree, but there still is a need for human supervision. The key difference between, say, a PM or an accountant and a translator is that a PM's or an accountant's work is typically measurable as like a one-bit problem. Is it done or not? There's a very clear definition of done. With translators, that's typically not so, and many of you make a living out of figuring out what the quality level is that the client needs and selling it to them. And then talking about all the quality metrics and LQA and actually inserting those workflow steps and quality steps into your per word or per hour pricing. And that's exactly the challenge with translation work. There is no simple way of saying good or bad, or you need to make significant effort into assessing it, at least at this point of time.
Thank you. I still encourage everyone to ask and upvote, because there's being selfish here, because there are quite a number of questions that have only 2 votes that I like very much and I'm dying to ask. So Kubido only has 1 vote, I think. Yes. But Miklos, I was actually going to ask this question about the hyperproductive translator, because it's not about AI replacing people, it turns the question around. That's what I liked about it, actually, last night. So briefly, but have a go at it, panel, please. What about? Yes.
Totally.
So actually,
totally.
the question sounds
I'm not so sure. I think we have differing opinions here. Good.
So let me read out the question, because I was just using a term to refer to it. So what do you think about hyperproductive translators who leverage AI and take the bulk of the work?
Okay, since this question actually originally was from me to vendor managers, I will maybe give my take on that, right? Even though it's not fair answering my own question, but you know what I've observed in my previous job, where I was working with a community of translators and I was looking at their productivity, is that there are those who we used to call sharks, who really are hyper productive. They can do like up to, I've seen, you know, thousands of words per hour, and they grab a big chunk of the volume, right? And I always went to the vendor managers and I said, get rid of them, because they are not always providing good quality, so they're polluting the TMs for the other translators, okay? So the ones who are conscientious and slower then have more work. It's very risky, because if such a shark translator falls sick, then suddenly 80% of your volume cannot be picked up, because the other translators are used to having small chunks and so on. And vendor managers were unwilling to do that. So my solution then was find the skill of those translators. Typically, these were people who were very tech savvy, so they would deploy some sort of automation to increase their own productivity. And that is a skill that is actually very valuable, to have a linguist who is tech savvy and can increase their own productivity by using technology. So my personal solution to that was start using them for something different. Start using them as tech-savvy translators who can help you actually test new technologies, collaborate with them to develop new solutions to really increase productivity of all translators, not only theirs. So basically make them part of your own team instead of removing them from the pool of translators completely. What is the take of the real vendor managers here? Like, how would you handle those?
The only thing I agree with is the need to be risk aware. What happens if they are sick and they are not working on your projects? But that's part of the vendor management, right? You need to be like to have your backup options for everything, so that should ideally be sorted. Other than that, really, I'm totally for the hire them thing. And there was a thing that you said that is probably a game changer in the reaction to this. You said they were hyperproductive and they were delivering bad quality, polluting the TM. But that's 2 different types of things. One is they're bad, one is they're hyperproductive. If they're hyperproductive and they're good, then they're
let me challenge you on that. Okay. For some languages, neural MT is already so good that without post-editing it whatsoever, it's gonna pass the quality threshold set by the clients. So in principle, for some languages, a translator on a particular content type could just automatically confirm all raw empty segments that are coming in and still not be failed on quality and still not be labeled as a poor quality translator. So it's an ethical question, actually, like what you do with such a translator.
I'm pretty unethical. I was saying, so what? So if that passes the quality bar from the customer, then so what? But I understand that's an ethical part.
Why do you need that translator then?
I just want to chime in here because not necessarily on the ethical part. Like, let's see on an even more sharkish, which I don't think is very. You're not used to that from me, but I think that kind of leverage, so that kind of productivity gain, is something that I think the LSPs should leverage, not our vendors. I don't know how many freelance translators are here. I hope not too many, but that's really what I think. So if you are handing out jobs in a way that your translators can do several thousands of words per hour, then you have not done your homework with that source text. So I think that's a thing, that kind of leverage should be leveraged by the LSP. Not the client, okay, the client, but certainly not, yeah.
Exactly, fully agreed. If you have a hyper-productive translator that is doing a predictably good job, which is really hard, by the way, to assess, but if it is so, that means two things. One of them, you're not leveraging AI yourself before handing the task over to the translator, number one. And number two, that person knows something that you don't. Hire that person now.
Thank you. Again, we have a tie at the top spot at the moment, and we only have one prize, and we don't want to decide it, so please help. And while we are doing that, here's a good one from Margarita, which was upvoted. Is there space for freelance vendor managers and freelance project managers in the industry? What's your take there?
I love this question. And my answer is actually yes and no. So the no, let's talk about vendor managers. Somebody asked take project management. In terms of vendor management, the way I look at vendor management, or the way vendor management is done at the company where I work, vendor management is that's the core part of the company's knowledge. So we've talked about this with Jad at some MCE years and years back, that basically when you buy from an LSP, you're basically buying vendor management and project management, and in some cases, of course, you buy all kinds of other things, IT things, integration, whatever. But that's a core competence of a translation company, and not only that. The way vendor management works in a company, I think, in a way, it's defined by company strategy. And I think, I'm not sure that, I mean, perhaps you could use external freelance vendor managers for, really not very strategic, repetitive kinds of tasks, but I think that kind of stuff can be done by machines nowadays. So I'm not sure, like I can speak for myself, for my company, it's hard to imagine unless I really want to source 50 Tamil translators and I want somebody in India to do that instead of me having to do it from Budapest. But if that's not the case, I would say keep core competencies in-house, and whatever is tedious and repetitive and transactional from their tasks, outsource it to the machine, not the poor guy in Bangladesh.
I will try to answer that one differently. I have used freelance vendor managers in my team when I was heading the vendor management team at one of the largest LSPs. I think there's great value in it as long as it's sticking to recruitment. When it comes to managing your supply chain, the database, the quality assessment, and all of that, I think that is the core competence, the supply chain management part. Recruitment, to a very large degree, lead generation and recruitment can absolutely be outsourced, especially in markets where you are not present yourself. We did this, for example, for for Japan, we used somebody who lived in Taiwan, was a perfect Japanese speaker, lived in Japan for long years, and we used that Chinese, actually a translator, to recruit for us in Japan, incredibly successfully. That said, again, I think for your core markets where you regularly have freelancers and you keep recruiting, you probably want to keep that competence in-house. If it's ad hoc or you're just entering a new market, you may want to start with a freelance vendor manager or rather a recruiter and then move on to finding your full-time person or who's better bound to your business objectives, give more territory, more geographies to recruit into as long as it makes sense. But freelance vendor management, definitely. Project management, I would be very hesitant to do that. The project manager, especially in, well, at least with enterprise clients, that's a very client-facing role. I would want to keep that in-house because that reflects on the brand and the approach and the culture of the company. I would want to make sure that that person who's doing that work with my client and delivering the day-to-day work and having those communications day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month, that's a person who is aligned with my company's business value, my team's values and culture, as well as with the client's objectives. And that's best done if it's kept in-house, my personal opinion.
Wouldn't that be also task-related in a way? Because there are some project management tasks that can perhaps be outsourced?
If it's that low value or low complexity task, and then I would revert back to what Miklos said and use an automation rather.
Yeah, right.
Thank you very much. Here's the next one. This is again a question that was luckily upvoted, and I like it, especially because we have similar conversations in my company, although in the context of pricing a translation management system. This is about translation and localization work. So with all the talk about word versus hourly rates and buying linguists' time, where did value-based pricing go? Value generated for the buyer regardless of time spent. What's the panel's take on this?
Let me say this. I've been having a conversation. I mean, I wanted to bring this in earlier, but at an earlier point of this conversation when we were talking about hourly rates. So where I work, the company where I work, we don't do very much, although we're in Hungary, but we do very little translation from or to Hungarian, so I'm not very engaged with the local market, but I am very engaged with the local freelance community. And the feedback that I have is way beyond the regular, you know, that complaint culture that is partly, you know, it's ubiquitous in Hungary, but we're way beyond that. So I feel that we're at an inflection point with the freelance community, at least in Hungary. I don't know what your experiences are, but what I see is we're at a point when people in larger numbers start leaving this industry. It is hard to get young talent into the industry. So when we start talking about not looking at the hours spent by the translator or how they can make a living, but rather concentrating on the value that is provided by their work to the customers, I think that we must be mindful of the fact that we can be in serious trouble here because we are losing this community of linguists, and the ones that are leaving very often are actually the sharpest knives in the drawer, which didn't used to be the case, and I think that's a huge shift. So it's not that the ones that don't do it all so well will leave, no, we're losing the good ones, and I think we as LSCs or LSPs must be mindful of this and must start acting really responsibly about this. That's just what I wanted to throw in, that I really feel that there's a bit of an inflection point here, I think.
I'm just going to quickly add that value-based pricing makes perfect sense unless you're in a market which is by and large commoditized, let's face it, and there is pretty solid competition in which for language service providers or for individual translators, it's incredibly hard to stand out.
Thank you very much. May I add a comment here? Because that resonates with something that we use as a in some ways, a northern star when determining where to position. And that's a matrix that we use, a 2x2 matrix that talks about the volume and the value of the translation that is being bought. And there is low volume, high volume, and there is also low value, high value. And we position all the complex workflows that require human supervision in the high volume, high value category that we also call premium translation. And that's where, because it's high volume, high value, so it will be expensive and it will be a lot. So that's where our take is that value-based pricing makes sense. It is true, it's not valuable, pun not intended, for all the sectors of the localization industry.
By the way, even if you're looking for a really, really, really rare resource, say, I don't know, an Inuktitut legal translator, you're still not actually getting paid what the value for the client is. You're going to pay what the translator asks for.
So it's the translator setting what their value is, basically, in those cases. They determine their own value in those cases.
And also,
not the market.
Tomas also discussed this morning, it's really hard to prove value, even internally at a company like Spotify, beyond, we're doing work faster, cheaper, better over time. It's not internally, it's not just a shared service, it's actually an enabler of international growth and reaching new customers in new markets. But the connection is incredibly hard to make, even for in-house localization program managers, let alone for a language service provider or a translator at the end of the day.
Thank you. I am sorry, I just stepped out of my role as a moderator. It's really hard. I promised myself I would not do that for this afternoon, but when someone has an opinion about pretty much everything that has said, that's hard. It's also a good practice. I will group the next two questions together. These are about, again, AI replacing us, and I would really be happy if we could have time for one more question after this. We have 19 minutes left in our session, so that's for the panel. 19, 19, not 90. So, to survive, will universities have to close translation courses and develop degree courses for AI content editors, usage data curators, AI language engineers instead? That's one of the questions that was actually upvoted most, so this is actually next. And the second question I want to group this together with is, when will AI companies get so good that they bypass LSCs completely, deal directly with our buy-side customers, putting us out of business within the next 5 years? That's a yes-no question. It could get a more nuanced answer, but I leave it to the panel. So universities and AI companies, buyers bypassing LSCs.
Can you repeat the university one? There is echo, so we don't hear that. So
oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I have a hard time hearing you as well. Yeah. Where did the question go? To survive, it was upvoted in the meantime, so it was in a different location. To survive, will universities have to close translation courses and develop degree courses for AI content editors, usage data curators, AI language engineers instead? That's the university question.
Oh, I don't think that universities will have to close down translation studies and translation courses, but they definitely need to enrich them Okay, so new technologies are being added to the curricula. You know, now every self-respecting program in translation and interpretation studies has courses on MT, you know, and other technologies that are inevitable. And the same thing will happen with AI. So that kind of connects to the question from this morning, like how does the University of Prague, you know, enrich its curriculum with AI technologies? So the answer is no. Don't close them down. We will need people educated for translation. That is the exercise of converting from one language to another language. But these people definitely need to be appraised of the new tech and be capable of working with it.
And in terms of, just a quick one, in terms of, I don't know, AI companies taking over the roles of LSPs, and if I can just give a one-word answer, it would be no. But to give you a five-word, give you in 5 years' time, no. But I think AI companies will have better stuff to do rather than, you know, like running language project. I mean, if you think back to the great talks that we had from the buy side today, I mean, there's the ease of mind part as well. I mean, it's just the kind of thing that enterprises will not want to keep on themselves, like altogether. It's just, you know, the enterprise plus the technology and delivery of the entire services. So I do think that language companies will play a role. Yeah, I could continue, but I don't.
I was just saying I totally agree.
Okay, so the first question, who said universities need to survive? Number one. Number two, well, of course you want to keep the translation studies and do the AI content editors, user data curators, and the AI language editors, all those roles. There's a key difference between them, though, which is translation courses typically focus on languages, language pairs, whereas actually to be a usage data curator or an AI language engineer, you don't necessarily have to be a native speaker of a specific language. It's probably a more general skill to which you can add on with your language skill. And I know that some people will disagree.
Totally. As a former theoretical linguist and a current prompt designer, I think that to be a good language prompt designer, linguistic prompt designer, you need to know language even better than translators master language nowadays. Because the type of errors that LLMs make in their response, they necessitate an analytical approach. You can actually crack them. You can be like, it's very, it can be an extraordinarily accurate, almost scientific understanding of what exactly this LLM doesn't get right. But for that, you need a knowledge of syntax and morphology to a level deeper than just be fluent in your language and be a good translator. So I think that the linguistic skill will be needed even more. In fact, I keep saying, never in my life or never in my professional career in localization have I needed linguists more than now. The real linguists, right? Those who understand language at its core.
Fair enough. I'm not gonna.
Can I say something? Yeah, but now that we are talking about the doomsday for translators and so on, I just wanted to give you a hint from my perspective, right? Because I'm trying to build a workforce of linguists to work with me on AI. And I think the need for that's going to grow. That's why I'm so optimistic. Generally, you know, in a few years from now, I don't know exactly when, but companies will start developing their own smaller large language models. I mean, the GDC are already trying to do that. So people will not go with the mega GPT-4o, which is sitting in America, and you are not entirely sure what happens with the data, right? That you send their privacy, security, blah, blah. There will be in-house models. They need to be trained. And those large, even the small large language models and the large language models, they have one weak point, and that is the so-called long tail problem. They are very good at generating data that is standard, like that is represented in the training data. And where they fail is in those edge cases, those rare grammatical phenomena, those like really infrequent constructions in language that are not represented in the data. One of the jobs for linguists that I think LSPs could provide resources for is creation of edge case data. And that's so much fun. I mean, just imagine being a linguist who is not just translating somebody said in English to the same thing in Polish, but is coming up with fun, exotic exercises of something that is super rare in their language. I mean, this is the most creative linguistic work I can imagine. And there are other similar type of activities that linguists will have to perform in order to train models, to curate them, to evaluate their performance. And that's going to be needed. This workforce is going to be needed. Now the next question is, how do you train these people? But I'm not going there because this is like a very big topic.
Let's also bring in maybe the bit of a human perspective in there, because what you're describing has nothing to do with translation, apart from knowing the language. It's completely different stuff.
This is why translators, and I don't know how much you've noticed that trend, but people nowadays talk more about language specialists than translators. And I think the role of translators should evolve towards language specialists.
Yeah, but regardless the name you give it, it's completely different stuff. And the fact that there are so many translators who were trained to do translation and imagining they would be doing translation for their entire life, and we say it nowadays that there are translators who say, I'm not doing MT. Come on, how is that going to get there? It seems, so is that going, well, I think at least, that's going to completely skim the community. And what Miklos was saying, good translators are leaving, perhaps that's...
They need to reprofile simply. I mean, it's exactly those good translators who we need to generate exotic data, edge case data. But the thing is, the industry is changing. We cannot stop that progress, right? So the industry is changing. If you want to stay there, you got to change too.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm just saying that that's what is going back to what Miklos was saying. Perhaps some people are leaving just because this is not their place anymore. That's not where they belong. And we need to accept that, I think.
No, I think we need to stop them from leaving by telling them you will be needed, providing them the training that they need in order to see, to realize, oh, there is a job. And it's a chicken and egg problem a little bit, because as long as those people don't exist, I cannot use them. So on the one hand, you need to create them so that there is work for them. On the other hand, if they're not there, there won't be the work because nobody is there to do the work. So it is a classic chicken and egg problem.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily need those people. You need some people to do that work, not necessarily those people.
It's the best translators you're going to need for that really complex work, yeah. But let's move on to the next question and continue over dinner.
I mean, I love it when there's a debate on the stage, and I will keep my thoughts to myself, but the topics that we are bringing up here, that all of us are bringing up here, are worth more than to be confined to a 1-hour panel. So I'm thinking of ways to follow up, and we'll come to you with something in the coming days. But before we leave, because we have 9 minutes left, so not 90, not 199, that's it. This is a question, and that's the next in line, that I will pose to the panel, but the panel will have the power to pass it back to the audience. And it's, what's your dream profile for a vendor manager? Someone asked this question at the dinner table yesterday.
May I take this one?
So this is why I'm saying that you have the power of passing it back to the audience, but you can also take it and answer.
Yeah, I want to get started on it because actually from before yesterday night. It's from 2 nights ago, and it was Miklos and I sitting in a gin bar discussing this.
I believe you, I wasn't there.
But the fun part was that we had completely different profiles in mind, so that's why we thought, okay, let's bring it to the audience. So maybe we can do it in like 1 word or 2 words very quickly, everybody, and then involve the audience.
Would you want to start it off, and then we can?
Mine was data-driven, absolutely. Data-driven.
Okay.
Okay, and mine was the data that's out there for a vendor manager is really simple. And for me, that's not the key part. But if I want to keep it short, I think my dream profile included, just to keep it entertaining, I think what my profile included was certainly somebody with a translation linguistics background. No compromise on that, because you interface with the freelance translator community, and in a way, you want to be part of them. And for my company, one of the roles of the vendor managers really is to be the voice inside the company, like the way sales is the voice of the client in the company. For me, vendor management is the voice of the freelance translators inside the company. I want both of them within the voice. So translator, 1, and 2, preferably a parent. I will not elaborate on that.
Oh, I want to add my qualification or property of a vendor management that I really go after and want to see, and that is emotional intelligence and empathy, which is related to parenting, right? I think the vendor management should be the trusted person by translators in the company, right? I'm a tech person.
I think a vendor manager needs to be an excellent networker and a great hunter.
Great what? Sorry.
A hunter.
Hunter, okay. I'm having, so anyone.
Those that work in sales, they know exactly what hunting and farming means. The hunter person is the vendor manager.
You know, this reminds me this great quote from my first ever vendor manager, who said this quote, which is always in my head. She said, vendor management is sales. That's what she always used to say, that as you said, Laszlo, the resources are limited and you have to find the right one. I thoroughly agree with that.
And market your own company as the one that the freelancers should choose to work for.
Thank you. As we only have 5 minutes left, does anyone from the audience want to pitch in? Just raise your hands and I will run there with the mic. Yep. Well, so much about running, but...
Hello, thank you. My name is Miloslav, I'm from Slovakia, Exe. I was away from this business a couple of years, and I just came back, and I'm so thrilled to hear all the things about AI. So, what I wanted to say is that when I was away, I started to play with LLM rec, with models and training, fine-tuning, and the stuff you maybe you are doing. And I just found out that I can handle 14 languages in a quality which is good enough to pass a threshold for the end client. I can't speak Romanian, but I passed the threshold. I can't speak Bulgarian, but I passed the threshold, and that's possible. So, Marina, you said that don't close the translation departments because the linguists, we will need them. We will need their specialization because it's even harder to understand that the sharpness and fine-tuning of the models, the difficulties, edge difficulties. The thing is that these people, they are so rare and they expect so high salary that basically it's very true what you said, that it's totally different job. So you can raise them, you can teach them, but you can't employ them. And LSPs can't then employ them as well. So what my take on this is that in near future, what I see in other fields is that basically translators will become this language specialists, and at the same time, they will do the same content for the same clients for many languages. And what I see, for example, on the Upwork portal right now is that basically very low-cost countries like Colombia, I'm sorry if someone is from there, but they are really smart guys who can handle Spanish, Latin America, Mexican, Italian, Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese, and Spanish, Europe, and they can actually, with the help of LLM, provide you the translation or actually post the thing. And that's what you said. It's not anymore about the translation. It's about just put the piece of machine output together just to be good enough and not cause the critical mistakes for the industry. And that's, I just wanted to say that in 5 years' time, LSP will need to find these kind of people, polyglots, very cheap, very fast, and in my opinion, there will be no place for the professionals, as you say. For those professionals, there will be place in the companies like you have in your department, but only a few of them, not anymore like 30 persons in a class. That's what I think. Thank you much for your attention.
Thank you.
Shall I comment on that?
Briefly, we have 2 minutes.
Okay, then I'll let you close, and then I will talk to Milo afterwards.
Because there's so much that remained here, and so much that remained in us, that this discussion is not over. It is over for tonight, but it isn't over as such. Thank you, everyone, for asking questions and taking part in the game. And especially thank you, Jada, Marina, Miklos, and Laszlo, for being here on the panel and answering the questions. Especially that this was a fast fire. That was you weren't able to prepare for these. So these were pretty immediate. And the good news is that
Balázs, sorry, while we are at the thanking, thanks to you for the moderation and to Elisa for the Slido as well. And to everybody.
Elisa for the Slido, definitely. And I'm also happy that my plea about the voting was heard and heeded, because now we have, and probably most of you already see it, we have a clear winner, who is István. So come up here, please. Sir? Another round of vote? Okay. Okay.
Okay, so what we are saying is let's do another round of votes. So go into Slido and just upvote the questions you like the most, especially if you don't want István to win.
But if that changes the top, I would be very surprised, but I will also be, no, I won't say anything more. I will wait 1 more minute. So when my phone says 17:01, we will stop this. And it's still not there. Thank you. Thank you, Juan. And we are there. And the winner is still the winner. So it's István with 19 votes against 11 in the second place. So walk up here, please.
We didn't manage.
Couldn't topple István.
And what I can say is this is a very Czech gift. If you can walk through the stage. That's, of course you do. So give a round of applause for István, and thank you for asking the winning question. Thank you, István.
What is it? Hey,
look at it. Look at it, because I said it's very Czech. So it's no.
You're all going to die today.
Help him finish it, because it's a lot.
It's an absinthe, and I cannot take it back.
You cannot?
No, I mean, I've only 10
Oh my, okay.
We are all going to die today.
Okay.
Actually, it was István who first invited me for an absinthe in the picturesque city of Gyula, southeastern Hungary, in one of the pubs there. So I know what he's talking about. Thank you very much. Give a round of applause to yourself and to the audience. And with that, this first conference day is over. And we will meet at the gala dinner at the Dominican Refectory, right? And is there any information of how we get there? Is it everybody goes there by their own? Okay, it's not. It's
You're
not
on
far.
your own. You're in the jungle. Sorry? You're on your own. You'll have to find your way there. Check your app.
It's walking
check your
distance.
conference
It's not
app.
far.
It's at a walking distance, though.
Thank you, everyone, and see you in the evening. Kill this. Let's get a photo.